everybody. My name is Lydia. I teach at Columbia University in this department and also at the Institute for Comparative Literature and Society. I'm one of the co-organizers with Wu and Anatoly. It gives me great pleasure and honor to introduce Columbia's Executive Vice President for Global Centers and Global Development, Dr. Safwan Masri, who joins us today to welcome you and give his blessing to the conference. we had a successful keynote speaking event yesterday, and I'm very happy that you're back for a day-long conference. Vice President Masri is also a scholar who has written widely on education, contemporary geopolitics, and society in the Arab world. And his work focuses on the post-colonial dynamics among religion, society, and politics. Among his most recent works is a book called Tunisia, an Arab Anomaly, a book that analyzes the political and economic developments in Tunisia after the Arab Spring. And this book was published 2 years ago by Columbia University Press. As Vice President, his office is responsible for Columbia's 9 global centers, which he himself had helped create across several continents. Coinciding with this centennial celebration of the May 4th is also the 10th anniversary of the founding of Columbia's first global center. Congratulations. Please join me in welcoming Vice President Masri.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much, Lydia, for the very, very nice welcome. And in saying that this is the 10th anniversary of our global centers, what I should add is that it's the first center that we established was in Beijing. So it's our 10th year anniversary of the Beijing opening, which marked the beginning of the network of global centers. And we're now in 9 places, including Mumbai, Amman, Jordan, Nairobi, Tunis, Istanbul, Paris, Rio de Janeiro, and Santiago. So it's a very auspicious sort of coincidence of our 10-year anniversary, celebrating the Beijing Center and celebrating also or commemorating, I should say, the centennial of the May 4th movement. Everybody knows my colleague Shang, who's Executive Director for the Global Centers here on campus, and she has been also leading our efforts in China brilliantly over the past few years. I'm honored to be welcoming you on campus. I know that we have many visitors, so especially welcome to all of you, and of course to all my faculty and staff colleagues. And I know that this will be a very invigorating day of discussions. The conference promises to go beyond the textbook narrative of the May 4th by examining it in a global context and highlighting transnational connections ushered in this era, including how World War I set the stage for the May 4th movement, how Sino-Muslim intellectuals approached the problem of translation between Chinese and Arabic in the 1930s and 1940s, how China became part of an endeavor spanning both sides of the Atlantic, Asia, and Africa to articulate methods for understanding life through literary realism, and also how China impacted post-colonial theories. I'm especially drawn to the examination that you will go through today of the May 4th by looking at it in a global context, because that really underlies the idea behind our establishment of global centers around the world. Just a couple of words about the global centers. These are nimble, robust hubs that Columbia established starting 10 years ago in Beijing to further the engagement of our faculty and students with the world. These are not branch campuses. We don't recruit students and hire faculty into them, but rather we use them as platforms such that our faculty and students can engage in research participations in education programs, many courses that we run for our students in collaboration with local and regional universities in those locations. And very, very importantly, they become the platforms for having important conversations such as the one that we are having today. And they're driven by a motivation to really learn from the world and learn in the world. They're driven by a realization that as wonderful as it is to be Columbia University and to be in New York City on Morningside Heights, you can't really pretend to understand the world sitting here in Kent Hall, right? You need to be out there, you need to be engaged, you need to seek knowledge and seek ways to exchange that knowledge. And really, in a very, very modestly, we want to be less uninformed about the world, and that's why we are out there. So that's what really drives this. And it comes out of the realization that international, which defined us for much of the 20th century, is very different than the global that defines the world that we live in today. Meaning that it is not sufficient to study different nations or different regions of the world as if they existed in isolation. As important as it is to really understand East Asia and understand its history and understand its politics and understand everything about it, it's become increasingly important to understand it within a global context, to understand the relationship between China and Africa, to understand the impact of what happens in Brazil on what happens in Kenya, and so on. So providing that global context is part of what drives us and drives us to have this network of global centers so that each of them does not also exist in isolation, but rather they network with one another as much as they are networked with the main campus here in New York City. So the fact that you are looking at May 4th within a global context is really what is very relevant over here. We've had a series of events on campus. We continue to, through the end of this year, to commemorate our 10th anniversary of starting the Global Center. So this is a very important part of that. We've had a couple of events. We had a discussion on Tunisia's budding democracy from a regional, national, and global perspective, looking at elections that have been taking place around the world. We're having a discussion about how the new Brazilian government under Bolsonaro has pushed women's, Afro-Brazilians, and LGBT plus rights into the background, and how Brazil and the world can respond to these alarming trends. We have events that are coming up that include how Chile can serve as a universal model for shaping future strategies and public policy on solar energy. We're having another one on the challenges facing Indian conservation practices in the wake of rapid urbanization and infrastructure expansion. We will have one created by the Amman Center here on campus on sexual politics and cinema. So, all kinds of things that span a number of fields. Again, I will finish by saying what I started with, which is that the most pressing issues we are grappling with in the world today are inherently global in nature, and they have been decades in the making. So the Trump phenomenon that we are living with in the United States is not isolated, okay? It's just like the Brexit phenomenon is not isolated. What's happening with the Yellow Vest movement in France, what's happening in Hungary, what's happening in Turkey, what's happening in Israel, all of these things are interrelated as we look, for example, at democracy under threat around the world, as we look at polarization, marginalization, and so on. These things do not happen in isolation. One of my favorite examples to highlight that point is the issue of refugees. You look at the Syrian refugee crisis, today's largest refugee crisis. It's a global crisis. Nobody can deny that, right? It has knocked not only on the doors of Germany and Greece and France, but also the Americas, North America at least, and Australia, and so on and so forth. You go back 50 years or 70 years, and we look at the Palestinian refugee crisis, the largest ongoing refugee crisis that's been going on for decades, and that was and continues to be very much a regional, local crisis that's affected neighboring countries, Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria, but really did not go beyond that. So there's something to be said about how globalized our world has become, how quickly and fluidly people, information, material, money travels across the borders. So even though we have hyper-nationalism and the closing down of borders, we also have the other phenomenon of, if you will, fluidity across those borders of all the issues that we have to deal with. And this is more imperative for us, it is more imperative for us to revisit formative and pivotal events such as the May 4th movement, explore them from a more global dimension, look at how they have affected things beyond the borders of China as much as they have affected things in terms of the development and the evolution of various trends and trajectories in China itself. That not only enhances our knowledge of the events themselves, but gives us an enriched understanding within a global context that can better equip us to face today's challenges and avoid yesterday's mistakes. Today's conference promises to help us achieve exactly that. I want to acknowledge the Weatherhead East Asian Institute, the Program in Chinese Literature and Culture, the Huang and Lin Fund, the Lian and Mi Fund, the Department of East Asian Languages and Cultures, and the Institute for Comparative Literature and Society. This is really the outgrowth of a wide-spanning collaboration, and I congratulate you on having put this together, and I wish you tremendous courage and good fortune as you embark on the discussions today. And I guess this is as formal a blessing as I would give Lydia. So thank you so much for being here, and I look forward to being part of the discussion as much as I can today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Safwan, for the wonderful introduction. When you mentioned that the Beijing Center was really the very first global center Columbia established abroad, it reminded me that I was actually one of the speakers that inaugurated the Beijing Center.
Right.
So it's a very nice moment. It made me feel like I'm part of history. I thank you for making the acknowledgement of the collaboration on campus in making this event possible. I also want to mark the contributions of my colleague, Guluk, who worked very hard on this event, and Anatoly also, who is now a professor at the University of Wisconsin and Madison, who graduated from this department. And of course, Columbia's doctoral candidate, Chloe Islep, and then the faculty staff, of course, Xin and then Alma, everybody worked on this extremely hard. When Guluk, Anatoly, and I first decided to invite this distinguished group of scholars, we actually mentioned in our invitation letter that we wanted the thing that really makes this event special, distinctive, and potentially far-reaching, to make it modern, put it modestly, is that we wanted to rethink the May 4th legacy on this occasion, and in particular, to rethink the standard narrative of Chinese Enlightenment, nationalism, science, and democracy. And we thought the cutting-edge research that we're going to hear throughout the day will direct us towards some new archives, new interpretations, unexpected international linkages, and so on. So it's a journey of discovery. The scholars whom we brought in come from all over the world. Whether one approaches the May 4th as an incident that happened on the 4th of May 1919, or as a broader historical movement that stretched beyond a particular time or place, one thing is certain, that we will be looking at multiple incidents and multiple moments that eventually transformed Chinese society and changed the world. And I think yesterday's lecture by Professor Goodman already pointed in those directions. and started opening up the conversation on the Maypole. What did the world look like in the spring of 1919? You know, this is a question I think we need to think about. For example, in March 1919, Egyptian nationalists began demonstrating, rioting, and assassinating British and army officers when London did not allow them to present their case before the Paris Peace Conference. And in April 1919, rebellions broke out in the Punjab that led the British general to open fire on a crowd of unarmed Indians in a public square in Amritsar, killing nearly 400 and wounding more than 1,000 civilians. And so we're really talking about major uprisings, rioting around the world. And in May 1919, Britain was at war with Afghanistan. And in the same month, there was a bloody clash in Palestine. And the same year, also witnessed the birth in Tunisia of the Destour Party, which called for freedom from French colonial rule, and the rise of Indonesian nationalist movements that demanded complete independence from the Dutch, all happened in May 1919. So what is going on? And here at home in the United States, returning black soldiers from World War I demanded racial equality and their full rights of citizenship. And I conclude with W.E.B. Du Bois' statement, which he wrote in May 1919. Quote, we return from fighting. We return fighting, make way for democracy. We saved it in France. And by the great Jehovah, we will save it in the USA, or know the reason why. Okay, so you know the extent of the turmoils that the world was sort of involved in at that time. So that what happened in May, June, whatever, in China was not unique. It's multiple in the sense that it was happening all over the world. Why? I think the first panel will give us the answer. So now I'm inviting Professor Shang, who will be moderating the panel, and the two panelists well, are we doing this, not sitting here, so are we going one by one? Okay, so I'm going to, the speaker.
In the Q&A, they can sit, because otherwise they can't see.
All right, okay. So, if you want to come, no, we'll start. Yeah.
Again, welcome everybody. My name is Shang, and I teach pre-modern Chinese literature here in the Department of Asian Languages and Cultures. I'm later in the field myself, so I will just briefly introduce the speakers in this panel. We'll have two speakers in this panel, and so each will have 30 minutes to present the paper, right? And let me briefly introduce both speakers, so I don't have to interrupt your presentation once it's on the way. Professor Guoqi from University of Hong Kong, he obtained his PhD from Harvard, and actually we haven't seen each other since graduation. And his specialty is the international history of modern China. He's the author of several books, including China and the Great Wall, China's pursuit of the national identity and internationalization, Strangers on the Western Front, Chinese workers in the Great Wall, and most recently, Chinese and Americans, a shared history, and Asia and the Great Wall, a shared history. Okay, and today he's going to speak of Chinese workers on the Western Front during the Great War and the May 4th movement of transnational approach. So that's our first speaker. And Professor Guo Shanglin teaches Chinese history at the New University. It's amazing he got a visa and managed to come here today. And he obtained his PhD from Beijing Normal University He's one of the pioneer scholars in the field of historical geography, and he has produced numerous books and articles on the studies of Beijing and 20th century China, with special attention to political, intellectual, and social histories. And one of his most influential books is called 西朝激荡下晚清地理学. It's on the historical geographies in Beijing under the influence of scholarship. Right? So present this 地理学, historical geography, as an emergent field of intellectual discourse in the late Qing and modern China. And his title, I think, has changed a little bit. His paper is Calligraph and Political Time, reinterpreting the May 4th incident. So without further ado, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Shang, for giving me the kind introduction. Thanks to Lydia and all the organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity to come to this campus. I echo Professor Goldman yesterday comment. No place is better than this university to commemorate the centenary of May 4th movement. As a matter of fact, during the May 4th movement, one of Columbia University professor was in China. John Dewey was in China since April 30th. I guess at that time, the Columbia University was very kind to him. He stayed in China from April 30th, 1919, did not return to Columbia until late July 1921, after Chinese Communist Party was founded. So as a personal note, I spent so many years to study the faculties and Columbia students in the past. So including John Dewey, I remember when John Dewey exchanged many letters with Columbia University president to beg for him to leave in China, to personalize the Mr. Democracy, Mr. Science. So I think your predecessors made a wise decision. I also spent many years to study William Koo, Frank Goldnau, Hu Shi, and many others. So I'm very, very glad to have the opportunity to come here to speak on the centenary of May 4th movement. Personally, as Professor Shang mentioned, I'm a scholar of international history of modern China. I always try to avoid intellectual history. So what I did is they try to approach modern China from transnational and shared history perspective. So what I decided to report to you today basically try to study the May 4th movement through transnational and so through the bottom-up approach, through 140,000 Chinese workers. Majority of them actually were illiterate when they went to France during the First War. So hopefully I will present a little bit strange perspective about May 4th movement. So because I don't have I only have a half an hour, let me go back to my script. So I will argue to fully understand the May 4th movement, we have to pay attention to the impact of First World War on China. I will argue strongly the Great War provided both international background and the stage for the May 4th movement. Without understanding the World War I's role in contributing to and shaping the May 4th movement, we simply cannot fully understand the event. It also seems to me to understand the complete meaning of the May 4th, we have to adopt a new bottom-up approach and pay attention to Chinese workers on the Western Front during the First World War. I will further argue that the 140,000 Chinese workers in France during the First World War played an important role in defining the May 4th movement. These Chinese workers directly linked the war with China and actively contributed to many impact themes and legacies of the May 4th movement. By examining the connection between the workers and the movement, I aim to highlight the long-ignored aspect and bring transnational background to the important movement and from the bottom-up approach. Let me speak a few words about the role of the First World War on China. We all know that after 1895 war with Japan, China became a revolutionary state with a full determination to shape the existing world order and its position in that order. To demonstrate its determination, China discredited Confucian ideology, which had defined China for over 2,000 years. It removed dynastic system, which had ruled China for over 2,000 years. Moreover, it adopted republicanism and transformed itself as a republic, actually as a matter of first republic in Asia, by following the footprint of the United States and France. Even today, by the way, I will argue China is still a revolutionary state. So the outbreak of the Great War or the European War naturally further stimulated China's stance as a revolutionary state. Since the war itself was destroying the existing world order and trying to reshape a new political world map, no wonder many Chinese elite took deep and strong interest in the war and treated it as great opportunity for China to renew itself and turn China into an equal member in the family of the nations. Please allow me to provide a little bit detailed examination for the above-mentioned argument. From a broader perspective, the Great War came to stand for, as a historian, James Joe once noted, let me quote him, the end of an age and the beginning of the new in the world order. So this observation definitely applied to China very well. The broadly defined First World War years coincided with a period of tremendous change within China as the old Confucian civilization began to collapse and China struggled to become a nation state and sought to assume equal relations with the West. With the Great War, China embarked on a new journey, namely that of internationalization and national renewal. As one Chinese writer noted this in an article published in the late 1918, he wrote, let me quote him, "The Great War was soon to end. It would end with the collapse of the 19th century civilization. And 20th century civilization started immediately. In other words, the world has entered to a new era," end quote. He encouraged the Chinese to understand the importance of the transformation of the eras and civilizations and take advantage of the change. Let me quote him again. "China will be discarded in the new era if the Chinese fail to develop, to use his terminology, 大觉悟, or great awareness, and prepare themselves well," he warned. China's involvement in the First World War is a unique chapter in both Chinese and the world history. China's entry into the Great War made it really a world war and transforms the meaning and implications of the conflict both for China and for the world, and injected substantially a new content and perspective from China to the post-war peace conference and emerging new world order. Its involvement in the war also brought China back into a larger world history of the 20th century. No matter how we evaluate China's war contributions and effort, by studying China and the Great War, we at least can add a full and even new dimension in our collective memory of the war. Clearly, by paying attention to China's determination for internationalization and through the Great War, we can find a substantial but recent link between 1911, which I call the year of great promise, and 1919, a year of reflection and new thinking and point of departure in Chinese and world modern history. China's involvement in the war and its aftermath offer a vital window onto the ongoing enterprise of nation building and a new Chinese national consciousness. For the Chinese, their participation in the Great War served multiple purposes. To get back Shandong, by the way, majority of Chinese workers in France came from Shandong province. To recover sovereignty it had lost since the Opium Wars, and to join the world as an equal member. The main force behind China's new approach to the world affairs is its strong desire for internationalization and new national renewal. China's war policies, debates, and efforts reveal the pivotal place of the war in the formation of new Chinese perception of itself and the world. In other words, we will never understand the full history and meaning of the May 4th movement without fully appreciating the importance of China's internationalization through the First World War. The Chinese look to the war as an unprecedented opportunity to fashion a new sense of their nation and their relationship to the world. It's very clear that China used the Great War as a springboard for national renewal, for new national identity, for recovering national sovereignty, and for internationalization. Even when some Chinese decided to turn away from the liberal West and make China a socialist country, this does not mean China give up on its dream of internationalizing anymore. It only indicated that those Chinese try to search for a different way or type to make China an equal member in the world of nations and to follow a new national identity. After all, of course, as we all know, communism is a blend of nationalism and internationalism. So to add a lot of perspective to the May 4th movement, now let me turn to the concrete growth of 140,000 Chinese who came to France during the First World War. Instead of being treated as a high coolies, their journey actually stands, according to my own theory, stands as a success story, or success at least in the sense of their role in China's active participation in national and world affairs, and China's powerful demand in the post-World War arena for equal treatment of China and its people. Their success is also reflected in the fact that although for a long time nobody has given these Chinese workers the credit, they are an important part of China's own, I borrowed that term from Guoqi, the former newsman of this country, the greatest generation. The generation of 1910s and 1920s in China that fundamentally I thought American Poland forgot me and left 10 years ago, but when I came back, I still remember me. So I'm a little allergic to something in the air. So it's not cold, but just something, the old friendship I have with American Poland. Never forget me. So during the Great War, Chinese workers, during the Great War, many workers from many countries served in France. They came either to answer the calls from their colonial masters, as in the case of Indians, Indochina or Vietnam, South Africans, all seek personal material gains, such as in the case of Italians and other Europeans. But none of them had direct link to their nation's grand strategy and substantially affected national development as the Chinese workers did in China, which was then facing great historic turning point. So in other words, I will argue Chinese journey to the West during the First World War was very unique in both Chinese and world history. So I also will argue that Chinese worker journey to France was directly linked to national policies of three countries, China, of course, Great Britain, and France, which were collectively involved in the Chinese workers' recruitment and treatment in France. Secondly, their arrival in France represented China's major drive for internationalization and equal status in the world by directly shaping the emerging world order during the First World War. The Chinese workers in Europe, to a great extent, represented such a fighting spirit, which was important part of legacy of the May 4th movement. Their sacrifice, their hard work, and their life, the loss of life actually, provided Chinese diplomats in Paris with a critical tool in their battle for recognition and inclusion on the world stage. But more importantly, their journey and impact set the stage for the May 4th movement. From the very beginning of the modern era Chinese elite have linked emigration with China's internationalization, and nowhere is this thought illuminated more clearly than in the case of Chinese workers during the First World War in France. China's decision to send so-called or workers as soldiers was based on both expectancy and on far-reaching strategic thinking. This unprecedented move was a product of a young Republican China. China's forward-looking policies, many political elite and public intellectuals directly linked the laborers as soldiers or Yigundai plan to their vision of China's future development and the goal of assuming equal status in the family of nations. If China wanted to see its status enhanced, it had to learn from Western civilization and other civilizations. The Chinese workers in France would be in the vanguard of this trend of learning from the West. To the thinking of this well-connected Chinese elite, if China devised a sound policy for workers' recruitment, paid attention to the workers' education, and make sure the Chinese workers in France would be treated as legal equals, the plan would benefit China enormously in the long run. The Chinese elite were eager to instill in their countrymen a new knowledge, a new worldview, and new understanding of China and the world. The Chinese workers in France were mostly common villagers with very little knowledge about China and the world when they were selected to go to France. Still, this man directly and personally contributed to helping China transform its image at home and in the world. Their new transnational roles reshaped national identity and China's internationalization, which then in turn shaped that emergent global system. From their experience of Europe in a time of war and their work with Americans, British, French military, as well as fellow workers from other countries, these Chinese developed a very unique perception of China and of the world affairs. Further, many future Chinese leaders, such as Yang Tu or James Xian, Jiang Tianhu or T.F. Chan, Cai Renpei, and Wang Zhongwei, among many others, through their work with the Chinese workers in France, became convinced that China could become a better nation through their new understanding of their fellow citizens. These unique scholars and students helped Chinese workers in France and develop a new appreciation for the Chinese working class, spurred them to find solutions to Chinese problems, and change their perception about China and its future. The workers learned from their own experience and from Chinese elite who worked with them, as well as how Chinese workers eventually became new citizens of China and the world, and developed a new understanding and appreciation of China and its position in the nation, in the family of nations. The influence of Chinese elite on the lives and the thinking of on the Chinese workers reflect in these Chinese so-called elite members who work for YMCA as a secretaries in France. Actually, makes them more than makes their service to these Chinese workers more valuable. They discovered the meaning and the joy of serving the common folks of China. One secretary remarked that he had never realized before, let me quote him, that we Chinese students have direct responsibility to the labor classes. We must go back to China and continue the type of service for the masses, end quote. The most famous story of teacher as a student was, of course, James Xian or Yang Tu. Yan actually arrived in France one day after he graduated from Yale University. He spent more than 1 year to work with the Chinese workers in France. So let me quote him. Yan recorded his experience with Chinese workers this way. I had never associated with the workers before the war. We of the Chinese student class felt ourselves altogether apart from them. But there in France, I had the privilege of associating with them daily and knowing them intimately. I found that this man was just as good as I. I had just as much to learn from them. The only differences between us was that I had an advantage of education and they hadn't. End of quote. He thus concluded that although they were only workers or laborers, awakened workers would have enormous power. Of course, foreigners call these Chinese workers as a 苦力. 苦力 in Chinese actually consists of two Chinese characters: 苦 suffering, 力 strength, right? So for James Xian, by working with these Chinese workers, he realized how miserable their life was, how powerful they could become. So he devoted his whole life to educate the Chinese in rural education. According to James Xian, it was the laborers who taught him about the real and true China. He explained that his awakening this way. During the war in France, it seems that I was a teacher to the workers, but actually it was they who educated me. Because of his experience was so exciting and rewarding, while he's still in France, he declared he was completely transformed and his previous itself is gone. James Xian even actually concluded he discovered the secret formula to save China. 3 C's. C, Confucius, of course, which came from Shang province. Then Christ, Guoqi, as a secretary of YMCA, also had basically enormous interest in Christ. The third C, according to him, to save China, is coolies. So 3 C's to save China. So 3 is what with Chinese labor corps in France, Yang found the solution for China's problem and identity crisis. More importantly, he also determined his career for life, mass education. He realized only through education at the village level and reform from the bottom up would China be able to recreate itself and qualify as an equal member of the world community. That big idea was Yan's rural reconstruction movement, which he started in the early 1920s. So for the aim of James Yan's movement of rural reconstruction movement came closely across clearly in its slogan, 处文盲, 做生民, literally means eliminate illiteracy and make new systems. James Yan's popular education movement had much to do with the later Tsun move to write in a simple literacy style and the movement to establish a popular education. In other words, James Yan's work directly linked to the one legacy of the May 4th movement, the cultural movement. But Yan started basically from the bottom-up level. So Yan's literacy campaigns drew the support of Hu Shi, Cai Renpei, and Yang Qichao, Hao Xinzhi, and dozens of local leaders and scholars. The movement was part of a bigger picture, part of a more general transformation that was occurring in China, namely the quest for an emerging public to create a new national identity and its absorption and application of ideas and methods from abroad. One can further argue that James Yan's success has something to do with the two major legacies of May 4th, namely right over power, and the labor is the sacred, 叫劳工神圣，公理战胜强权. These are, of course, two very important legacy of May 4th movement from today's perspective. Somehow people forgot that these legacies were directly linked to Chinese workers in France in the first place. Let me give you some examples on this matter. On November 16th, 1918, Cai Renpei made a very important speech in Beijing or Peking to the general public, in which he pointed out that all Chinese elites knew how important the First World War was to China and the world. But among the 400 million Chinese, only the workers who went to Europe had been directly involved in this important event. That's Cai Renpei's idea. This is not strange. Cai Renpei declared the new world belonged to the laborers. Interestingly, the workers Cai Renpei referred to in his speech included both elite and the common laborers. In Cai's mind, both were equal now, as long as they make their various contributions to society. All of them were workers or laborers. Li Dazhao, a professor at Peking University and later a co-founder of the Chinese Communist Party, agreed with Cai Renpei. Li Dazhao wrote also in 1918 that the world after the Great War was a world of workers. The victory of the Great War was a victory of commoners and of workers. In his article, revealingly titled Hua Hong, for Chinese workers, Chen Duxiu wrote that, let me quote him, the British can boast that British Empire exists wherever the sun shines. We Chinese can say with pride that there are Chinese workers wherever the sun shines. He further commented that although many Chinese politicians argued that China contribute to made a contribution to the Great War, the real contribution had actually been made by workers, Chinese workers who went to the front. In short, internationalization and nationalism was a two sides of the same coin in early 20th century China. By studying Chinese workers in France and their stories, we can not only recover a neglected chapter in Chinese history and May 4th movement, but we also improve our own understanding of how this seemingly obscure episode affected both Chinese and Western societies, as well as the modern world order. Finally, let me briefly return to May 4th movement itself. I will argue that the background, influence, legacy, and impact of May 4th have to be studied from perspective of transnational and shared history. It is a transnational due to the role of the Great War, the Chinese workers in France, and China as a revolutionary state, among others. It is a shared history perspective in the sense that workers, elite, Chinese, and foreigners all contribute to the May 4th movement. Although it was beyond the scope of my talk today, we have to mention Korea's March 1st movement, which served as a motivation for the Chinese in the first place. Both the transnational and especially the shared historical perspectives same largely listen in existing discussion of the May 4th movement. So it was the first time a Chinese May 4th movement envisioned itself as part of the international movement, as Lydia mentioned in opening remarks. One important point about May 4th movement is the workers and elite joined together in a collective search for a new China. Nowhere is a better case than the Chinese workers in France, where elite and workers work together to be each other's teachers and students. The political awakening of the laborers and elite made them comrade, motivated by the same national bond. I have to skip something just to save time. The official rhetoric in today's China tried to emphasize the nature of nationalism and patriotism in May 4th movement, and largely ignored is a transnationalism and cosmopolitanism. By bringing Great War and Chinese workers' journey to France to our understanding of the May 4th, we can clearly find the movement's legacy of transnationalism and cosmopolitanism, as well as internationalism. First of all, the May 4th movement was triggered by the prospect of the great powers handing Shang to the Japanese. Since a great number of workers sent to France came from Shanghai, that province had largely made China's involvement in the Great War possible, and so its fate was a particularly sensitive issue. The betrayal of Shanghai was responsible to a great extent for China's turn to socialism. China's argument for the return of Shanghai at Paris Peace Conference was based on the role Shanghai workers had played in France. One influential Chinese asked them, let me quote him, "We Chinese feel that we have been loyal to the cause of allies, even more loyal than Japan has been, and with less selfish motives. Yet we have been criticized and blamed while Japan has been praised. Why? We do not understand." So end of quote. Let me directly move to my conclusion part. So let me conclude by conclude my talk with the following brief remarks. Even at its centenary, the Chinese still have mixed and confusing understanding about the May 4th movement. A major drawback and problem of our today's understanding of the May 4th movement is that many of us still focus on rhetoric and discourse based on national history, ignoring the importance, background, and meaning of transnational and given shared historical background. I will argue, without moving beyond the national history and rhetoric, without paying attention to the transnational and even shared nature of the May 4th movement, we simply cannot pin out its true nature and significance and long-lasting impact. Without all possible meanings, it seems to me that the key legacy and significance of the May 4th movement is about widespread debate about what is China and who are the Chinese among the Chinese themselves and even foreigners. If this argument stands, I will suggest the Great War and Chinese role in that war should be crucial for us to keep in mind when we commemorate the centenary of the May 4th movement, especially by bringing back the journey and contribution of Chinese workers in France during the First World War. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a English translation of the paper. It's going to be delivered in Chinese, but we can consolidate the English translation.
我报告的时间呢，我报告的题目呢叫电报与政治时间，重新理解1919年的五四运动、五四事件。我们知道五四运动呢是中国现代史上一个重大事件。一般人类研究五四运动呢，大多从经济原因、阶级关系、思想变动等原因等角度来考虑，有意无意地忽略了技术因素，特别是电报这一因素。似乎呢，在近代中国社会发展过程中，包括电报在内的技术因素是一种常量，而不是变量，或者说是一种不言自明的东西。实际上，电报和铁路的出现对现代中国的意义，我个人认为不亚于铁器和牛耕的使用对于古代中国的意义。我这个估价可能不太成熟，但是我想不是毫无道理，就是说电报和铁路对现代中国的意义是革命性的。所以我这个报告呢，就地从电报与政治时间的角度呢，对1919年的五四事件做出新的解释。这里面所说的政治时间呢，是指现代政治的时间性问题。报告包括5部分内容。第一个，电报与共识性场域的建立。就是19世纪电报技术的发明呢，曾带来一场深刻的社会革命。可惜的呢，电报及其所带来的这场革命没有得到充分研究，电报发明的意义也被有意无意间忽略了。英国这个著名学者雷蒙·威廉斯在谈到大众传播模式时呢，就曾经说过，说新型的传播方式代表了一项重大的技术革新，最为古老的、迄今为止的也最为重要的传播技术仍然是印刷术。他把电报的作用仅仅是解释为推动了信息采集的速度，而不是把它当成那个革命的力量或者革命的意义。安德森在讨论民族意识的起源时呢，也只是强调了印刷资本主义的作用，而完全忽略了电报，或者说电报资本主义的作用。在中国近现代史学界呢，不论是采取革命史的叙事方式，还是采用了现代化的叙事模式，都同样忽略了电报的作用。我认为呢，电报凭借其快速的传播速度，这个信息传播几乎毁灭了空间，大大压缩了时间，把每一个国家捆绑在一起，使世界各个不同地区变成邻居，从而呢建立起一个共识性场域。这个场域的建立在近代中国有一个过程。我们知道，1854年5月24日，美国发明家摩尔斯用他发明的电报发出来的第一通电报，是不是从华盛顿到了这是像巴尔的摩发出第一通电报。这种电报的发出呢，应该说标志着一个新的时代的来临，无论人们怎么对这个电报解释，我觉得这是革命性的，但是这个时代的来临呢，不能和我们今天的网络时代相比，因为今天网络在那个基础上又大大向前发展了。我们和电报出现之前相比，电报问世以后呢，就受到欧美各国的喜欢，所以然后呢，在美洲大陆、北美大陆、在欧洲、在英盟3岛，然后建立联系，然后通过海底电缆把欧洲联系起来，把欧美联系起来。同时呢，开始向远东延伸。在当时向远东延伸的主要2条线，一个通过俄罗斯延伸到蒙古的塔克图，然后呢到了日本的长崎，直接对面就是福州，中国的福州。第2条线呢，从英国到埃及，然后通过西亚，直接到了英国的孟买，前面再 再延伸就是香港。到1870年代以后，这一点它电报线已经到中国周围。从1864年前后，应该是64年前，62年起呢，各国就不断的试图将电报线接入中国。其中呢，当时最积极的是丹麦的大北电报公司。这是丹麦大北电报公司的大楼，始建1906年。大东公司，英国的大东公司也在这里面办过工。这个新政府最初是抱一种犹豫的态度，但是经过短暂的犹豫以后呢，到了1876年就决定采用这项技术。1800年，清政府成立天津电报总局，任命盛宣怀为总办。这是这个天津电报总局的旧址，这是后来移的1924年建的地方。1924年建的天津电报总局。另外一个呢，是在这个京沪县很重要的一个电报局，是山东济南的电报局，始建1904年。就是从1881年到1899年，在不到20年的时间里，一个贯通全国的电报线网络迅速呢被建立起来，中国被完全纳入了全球电报通讯网络。随着电报线路在全球的延伸，以提供新闻报道为目的的通讯社迅速发展起来。通讯社为了使更多的报纸采用其提供的信息，被迫改变以往的报道风格，使其语言呢逐渐的超越党派性和地域性。这种超脱了党派性和地域性的客观的报道呢，又为通讯社招来了更多的客户，从而使电报局和通讯社通过出售新闻报道获得更多的利润。就是整个电报加上通讯社和资本结合起来。这个最早在1872年的时候，英国的路透社呢就在上海设立了远东分社。1914年呢，日本在上海设立了远东通讯社。之后的各个通讯社纷纷进入中国。同时的，中国人也开始自办通讯社。据有人说，到1926年的时候呢，中国全国一共有155家通讯社。巴黎和会时间呢，这个为上海申报提供电报新闻最多的是中福通讯社、路透社、东方通讯社和中华通讯社，主要是这几个通讯社。这个1872年5月20日呢，申报刊载香港来信。我个人认为可能是申报刊发的第一则的电报新闻，之后呢纷纷刊登来电、电信、电音、电报，到1907年开始开辟专电栏目，以后又设立了公电栏目。我是这么认为的，就是说，或许可以认为，到了清末民初，特别是到民国初年的时候，一个以电报技术为基础的共识性场域在中国已经形成。理由是什么？我们可以看当时申报上这是1914年9月29号，这个报纸的第2版、第3版刊登的所有电报，所以这个2、3版共刊登来自北京、上海、济南、开封、徐州、成都、哈尔滨、纬县以及伦敦、巴黎、纽约、北德堡、东京等地27、28日发来的42份电报，占了整整2个版面。也就是说，电报新闻在整个报纸新闻里面已经占了主体了。同时还出现了一种通信方式，就是过去的邮政叫以邮代电，快邮代电，就是这种快信完全是仿照电报的形式发送的。哪封电报，这个信是从什么时间发出的，谁接收的，几点几分接收的，接收以后在你这停了多长时间，然后又走出去，所以整个流程过程完全都记录着时间。它是在没有通电报的时候，它通信制度仿照电报来走来的。所以我个人认为呢，到1914年前后，这个共识性的场域已经出现了。这是我们思考 考整个问题的一个基础。我们思考整个问题的一个基础。第二个呢，就是巴黎和会上山东问题的提出。第二个山东这个巴黎和会上山东问题提出。1914年7月28日第4次世界大战爆发以后呢，中国宣布了中立。后来由于日本呢在山东半岛登陆，最后逼迫中国签订了21条叫明四条约。这个1918年的11月，第4次世界大战结束以后呢，协约国呢决定呢在巴黎召开整个会议缔结条约。11月中旬，这个北京政府就决定派外交总长陆征祥为特使参会，并组建中国代表团。当时呢，北京政府一个是大总统许世昌，然后呢，国务总理钱能秀，陆征祥是外交总长，因为他当特使了，所以外交部的次长程璐直接负责这个事。这是北京政府的主要的组成人员。这是巴黎和会的中国代表，首席代表陆征祥，顾卫军驻美公使，然后呢，王正廷是南方的。还有的这是谁呢？这个施肇基，然后卫生署，这是5个人。其实驻巴黎公使胡伟德也是个很重要的角色，因为给中国代表团就只有5个名额，所以胡伟德呢，他不在代表团里面，这个代表团在出发的时候呢，北京政府曾经给过一个训令，到1919年1月8日，又曾经给这个一个5项提议，据说是外交委员会里面的5个提的，也是训令给了这个代表团。这个2份命令里面确实没有提出来山东问题，但是不好说不涉及山东问题，因为当时设想的是废除辛丑条约以来的一系列不平等条约，各方面的关税自主方面呢，你不能说它不涉及山东问题，但是确实没有明确提出来山东问题。但是政府没有提出来，并不意味着其他人没考虑这个问题。当时山东省的议会代表就提出来要废除明四条约。另外呢，就是这个先到巴黎的这个代表团成员施肇基、顾卫军以及驻法公使胡伟德呢，当时在驻外交部的整个电报里面，他曾经提到过这个问题，说对日交流山东各问题及民国4年5月7日所定各种条约范文，是不是也应该提出来？请示过北京政府。到了什么时候呢？到了1919年1月18号，就是巴黎和会开幕这一天，代表团已经正式决定提出来这个山东问题了。要在巴黎和会上提出山东问题，有一个先决条件，就是你必须有相关的文件做支撑，否则无从谈起。由于事先没有做出准备呢，所以呢，许多文件没有随代表团带来，因此当天陆征祥就致电外交部，他说了，山东问题继续提出，但最近在东京所签字之铁路借款条约未曾抄稿带来，无从措辞。他勉强提出措辞稍有不符，不但呢遭抵反诘，且可发生极危险之影响等等。就是说，当时没带这些文件，因为没总没提这个问题。等决定了以后，就马上说能不能赶紧把这个电过来，赶紧把这个电话打过来。代表他们提出这个问题以后呢，这是这个1月18号，到了1月23号，代表团就收到了外交部21号发来的这个电报，提出了，有一个，这可能已经打过去了，是不是？已经翻过去了，提出了就是这个，把这个有关的东西用概述的方式，不是原报原文件，把它给都介绍了。这是关于这个，看这边讲文件。先是提供了，后来又要预备合同全文，又没来，随着最后又把这个合同全文给发出来了。合同全文，其中在合同全文里面有一句话特别关键，对后来5次影响特别大，就是当时驻日公使呢，他说中国政府对于日本国政府优劣 是体系欣然同意，尤其是欣然同意，当时在报纸披露以后反响非常大。为什么当总想这么叫卖国贼呢？说你本来是这个不平等条约，是不是？你用的这个词，这个措辞肯定哪是用的都不对的，用的不对的。这是关于当时这个。这是几号的？28年2月14号的电报提出案件，是不是已经提出来了？是不是？这是关于代表这个提出来这个文件。到了什么时候呢？到了1月28号，1月28号以后呢，顾伟军代表中国政府在5国会上发言以后，陈述中国政府的主张。当天下午呢，这个陆正强就致电外交部，将会上情况做了报告。1月3号晚上，陆正强又把顾伟军在会上的发言的详细内容电报北京政府。所以呢，到了什么时候？到了2月9号的陆正强就收到外交部5号和6号发来的电报。外交部电报说，元首及葛义军主张将21条约换文同时发表。国务院电报也称呢，关于青岛问题，日使要求将胶州铁路借款条约提出大会，我政府同时亦应以中日前定21条一并提出，所有这项情形，然后以邮部于2月5日电达。如合会中提示必要时，贵总长可酌察情形，便宜办理。什么意思？就是授权陆正强了。如果你认为需要做的，你就这样做了。就是因为要提出3个问题，就必然要公布材料，公布中日签订的密约。公布中日签订密约，其实给北京政府带来一定利益。之前好多是秘密条约，日本政府也不愿意。但既然要解决这个问题了，这个事情又是美国支持的，所公布，最后政府决定公布，而且由你陆正强你自己可以给授权了。其实呢，在这个得到北京政府授权之前呢，代表团已经在准备相关文件。然后呢，到什么时候？到了2月14号，代表团已经将有关文件准备好了。这就是里面谈的，准备这个文件提出来，是不是？第一个有说贴，有附件，有地图。而且他还专门讲了，说里面主要是提3个问题，其他的暂时反说，不提那么多，怕引起不必要的阻力。这是提出来。这个此次提案所采用的这个文件呢，据国务院当时这个电报里面说的说除21条全案交涉始末及共同防及案卷也经由外交部抄送携带外，其余的如吉黑磷矿借款合同、满门铁路借款草合同、山东高徐顺济借款草合同、交际合办等换文，均需由外交部前后电达。就是说，除了21条是代表团带过去的，其他的文件都是在会议期间用电报发到巴黎去的。1841年6月，第一次鸦片战争的时候呢，英国全权代表普廷达从隆冬出发，坐船经地中海，然后转陆路经过绥市，当时绥市用俄没开通，于7月7日到孟买，再次停留10天以后，于7月17日出发，于8月10号到了澳门。从英国到澳门一共用了67天，而巴黎和会时间的基本上是2天时间，最多是3天时间，最快是1天时间。也就是说，整个电报技术出现以后，这巴黎和会这不可能是变可能了。如果在非电声时代、非电报时代，巴黎和会这没法谈的，是不是？没准备，没资料，你怎么说？没法汇报，没法授权，是不是？所以巴黎和会这和电报直接有关系的。这是第2个问题。第3个问题呢，就是从57到54，中国古代一种时代文化支持后用，是吧？1915年5月7号，日本政府以最后通牒方式向袁世凯政府提出明往中国20天以后呢，袁世凯政府是5月9号接收的，10天之后，就是5月17号，北京有位姓周的就致函一家报纸，说我们应该把5月7号当成国耻日，希望各界来参加讨论。当时确实展开过讨论，但是根据后来实际情况呢，全国的商会组织，北方的学校一般是5月7日是国耻日， 江苏省的学校，包括上海，他们是有59位博士的，这两个。为什么这么说呢？因为1919年5月7号是第4个国耻日，然后呢，事先无论是学生还是国民外交协会、研究会，都准备只是57纪念国日，不是54，他们准备的是57。由于巴黎和会这个外表失败呢，活动才被临时提前了，因此呢，57国耻呢变成了54学生运动，对导致运动提前的原因，几个当事人说的都不一样。罗家龙说是由于邵飘萍5月3号在北大的报告，梁敬彤说呢是由于林长民写的新闻报道5月2日在晨报发表，而叶挺生呢则说是由于蔡元培召集学生在他家开会。无论何种原因，都和2封电报有关系。一个是梁启超4月24号的电报，一个是北京政府5月2日密电专审的签约的电报。北京政府5月2日密电专使签订的电报呢，在过境档案里面我没发现，来往电报里面看都没找到痕迹。但梁启超梁启超4月24日发表的电报呢？这个给外交协会发的电报呢，就刊登在《晨报》5月2日第2版。这是林长民和梁启超现在把这2个他和5四运动是有关系的。这是那边是梁启超的电报，这边是林长民的这封写的这个报道。其实大家关注一下，在这个梁启超的电报前面还有一封电报，这封电报的原文我没能找到，也就是说呢。这2封电报，或者是林长民和梁启超，他们确实对54的兴起起了很大作用，但不仅仅是他们2个人的事，是整个电报。因为那个时候电报它不仅是政府的，还有这个什么的，它各个通讯社都在报道这个事，巴黎和会全世界都关注，是不是？这是关于这个。对于这个什么情况呢？这是这个梁启超这个原文。这是电报发生了以后，5月4号，学生就上去了。对这个怎么情况呢？就是北京政府当时实行的是什么？是秘密外交。北京凡是代表团发往北京的电报，特别是需要转成大总统许世昌和国务总理钱钟书的这个电报呢，电报上都写明了是次长亲译，就是由程璐亲自翻译。程璐呢？曾经还在给代表团的一封电报里面说过，说巴黎所有来电如随是秘密旅程封送总统总理向国境秘书厅。也就是说，为什么最后我们把这3个人打出来呢？就是说，北京政府在决策方面，巴黎来的信息由次长亲译以后上层总理，总理上层总统，秘书厅不干预，实际上走的政府的一种秘密外交路线，对吧？秘密外交路线，但事实上，北京政府又走了一个秘密外交和国民外交相结合的路线。为什么这么说呢？因为呢，2个原因，一个呢是谁呢？就是梁启超当时以个人的身份名义赴巴黎了，但是他去巴黎的时候呢，政府可是给了他，我看这里面有没有啊？这可能没有那个。就是政府当时有2封电报，有几封电报。第一个，凡陆征祥所能看到的文件，梁启超都能看到。就是说，就是这个代表团内和代表团外的梁启超，代表团内的陆征祥和代表团内的外的这个梁启超，他们有同样的知情权。不仅有知情权，梁启超还可以上呈北京政府。就是有什么意见，直接用电报上呈，这是他的有知情权、有建议权，但是不受纪律约束。他是民间人士，他上呈了好多电报，直接就在报纸上同时就发表了。所以这是一个国民外交，梁启超是主张国民外交的。另外呢，就是什么？当时谁呢？当时陆征祥也说，尤其是桂英在这个巴黎和会发表演讲以后，说也都在利用舆论，所以北京政府也在利用舆论来声援这个事情。所以北京政府基本上走了一个双重的外交路线，所以呢，这个情况呢就造成什么了？就是其实这个梁启超和这 这个谁呀、了不起的和林昌明他们当时那个电报，其实是点了一把火。在这之前，各个通讯社的消息已经把整个氛围已经炒起来了。所以我觉得呢，对他们对5·4运动的作用应该给肯定，但是不以估价太高，这是关于这个哪儿呢？这是关于这个57到54，是不是？弄完以后，这3个人，是不是？这3个当时卖过谁？这是当时什么？外交部的工送，大总统是梁启超，给梁启超的这个权利，是不是？然后那个超了实际上是不是？20万。所以超了，看看当时这个报纸炒的，唯一一方是山东问题，一纵其实是山东问题，然后山东问题是引爆，是不是？山东问题最后5分钟，整个报上连篇就这个报道，所以这个氛围出来了，是不是？这个氛围出来了。这是关于这个，这是关于。下面我们看第4个问题，就是这个支建和这个上海3罢。长期以来，上海6·3运动被视为5·4运动的高潮。其实这次3罢运动呢，也就是罢课、罢市、罢工，也是由一封电报引起的。从顾云大里面收藏的中国代表团与北京政府来到电报内容看呢，1919年5月4号学生运动发生之前呢，北京政府当局从大总统徐世昌、国务总理钱德铿到代理外交部的次长程璐，很难说他们有什么爱国倾向。所以你要单看电报，他们完全是爱国的，而且确实是爱国的。谈不上爱国，我可以说上下一心，同舟共济，为国家争地利，为民族争前途。但是呢，到了5·4学生运动一爆发以后，他们毫不犹豫的就站到了学生的对立面。为什么出现这种情况？那个有学者在研究，根据大研究以后说，北洋政府是好政府，你看这都是干好事的，但是没法解释后面这种现象，是不是？为什么一出现以后，两对立起来？你本来都是争巴黎和会的嘛，对吧？朝野上下一致的嘛，最后突然争起来了。我为什么出现这种情况？我觉得一个呢和北京政府当时他们的形势估计有关，二一个也对他们对电信技术带来的这场社会革命的准备有关，准备不足有关。我们前面提到过这个问题了啊，可能这个电脑打开不挨着谁念，一念时间不够了，对吧？你时间不够了。前谈到了，就是电报曾经为整个中国代表团在巴黎和会上提出3个问题提供了可能性，但是这种可能性是通过电报在北京与巴黎之间建立的共识性关系为基础的。如果说在硬造资本主义时代，这种共识关系是靠想象建立起来的，也就是安德森的想象的共同体，对吧？那么电报资本主义时代这种共识关系呢，就是在现实基础上建立起来的。在中国代表团准备提出3个问题时呢，卢正祥与北京政府之间的电报来往频繁，仅2月7号就至少向国务院和外交部发送6封电报。即便如此，北京政府仍不满意。当天，国务总理亲自拟电，这个制止卢正祥说，近日和会进行情形，随经迭结报告，为电报较为迟滞。拟请此后会场逐日详情，我国及他国代表公演发言均随时电院。倘我公容忙或有严秘书客令随时电的院秘书长，此间关系外交的，亦当随时互答。也就是说，一天多少封电报都不够了，随时出现事，随时要电报。如果你卢正祥没时间找这个秘书长，找那个秘书给我们弄，他想在北京和巴黎之间建立一个无缝隙的在时间上连接，不过这种共识关系是从最清末民初以来形成的共识型场域，它是大场域为基础的。巴黎之间的这种连接是以这个大场域为基础的。所以呢，也就是说，巴黎和会之间呢，不仅北京政府和驻巴黎代表团是这个参与者，广大民众也是在场者、参与者。北京政府和驻巴黎中国代表团的一举一动，均在广大民众的整个视野之上。北京政府没有意识到这一点，所以5·4运动爆发以后呢， 增加了新闻检查，并且切断了京沪之间的有线电报。他们没想到电报新闻已经成为商品，外国人控制的电报线路没有被切断，各通讯社提供的关于巴黎可会和学生运动的消息也纷至沓来。由于对21条责任的不同理解，这里面我忘了哪一条，就是代表团这个巴黎和会时间呢，北京政府专门给代表团的一封电报里面谈这个谁呀、曹如林的问题，说21条不是他的责任，所有东西都是误解的。我想北京政府不是说假话，他确实这么认为的，对吧？他认为学生呢，外面的人呢，误解了整个政府的某些人员了，误解了某些人员了。另一个，所以呢，当人们说把这3个麦克字免职的时候，他不仅不免职，他还要劝慰的慰留，要慰留，这样呢就对立起来了。这是一个问题。另外呢，就是采取了一些其他的措施，给学生运动一样，到6月3号，对学生来个大逮捕，一下逮了，当天逮了400人，第二天逮了上千人，是不是？这是这个到6月4号，这是6月3号演讲，这是带动学生。6月4号一封电报，从北京经天津转到了上海。罗家他是自己派出去的，但是他只说自己派，他没说为什么经天津转过去了。学生这应该是升客到上海接到的，也就是3点到5点接到，7点钟学生就把他们全印出来以后散发，沿街开始散发。学生到时候已经8个9天了，然后第二天这个报纸这个电报在《申报》、《民国日报》、《时报》全文公布，所以同一天上海罢市，全部罢市，由此辐射，然后南京和这个武汉整个全国性的这个散发开始工人罢工，是不是？工人罢工。然后这是关于这个支电问题。第5个呢是通电与政治参与，原来想的叫通电行动，想借用这个语言学理论来解释这个事，后来还是政治参与更好一些。通电又称供电，是近代中文电报出现以后一个专用词汇，它指的基本意涵是指台湾给有关方面并同时公开发表的宣布某种政治主张的电报。通电和电奏以及联名上书不同，有人可能把联名上书也认为是通电了。通电不是得到对方的认可，通电是通过公开得到民意的支持，它是现代政治参与的一种方式。巴黎和会期间，中国代表中国社会各界共发了多少封通电，到现在没有统计。顾鸿铭说至少有5000封电报，当时有人统计是代表团收过8封，还有几封。我自己查过，在代表团保存的1300封电报里面有24封是通电。另外，根据申报，就是从1919年1月18号，这是巴黎和会开始，到了1919年7月3号，这是巴黎和会没签字，返回到中国老百姓都知道，报上公开了，这个代表团没签字，至少有500封电报在申报上公布，还不算其他报纸，仅申报上就有500多封这个通电，是吧？这是关于这个，这是你看。这个通电呢，最初呢，其实在外交问题上是支持政府的，因为大家共识嘛，都在这谈判的，我们也看着老百姓这山东这个政府这个要求也支持的。这是哪个？山东议会代表，是不是？北京就是参东两院的电报都是支持政府的，送至省议会电报，是不是？北京报的，其实各省议会在这时候发了很大的，各省议会都有电报，这没法全部公布，非常多。各省议会，这是当时政府抓了学生以后，哗弄的。这是一个，你看申报1911年5月7号，5·4运动以后抓学生，全抓各地发电报通电，不能这样对付学生，要保留学校，是不是？要保留学校。这应该是63以后，你看申报6月6号所刊的会稽请惩国贼救援救学生电，这里面刊发的是33封通电和1封公函，发电单位包括43个团体，涉及教育、商业、工业、学术各个行业。 也就是无论是在对巴黎和会签字不签字问题上，还是在对待如何处理学生问题上，北京政府已经失去了决策权，民众替代北京政府做出了决策。如果你代表团你签字，他说了你别回来，有人直接把首相带回去了，是不是？有人说了你就不是中国人，你要签了字就别回国了。所以代表团这对这个陆正强自己这么一声，如果签了字，那没法回家了，这家都没了，是不敢签字的，是不是？他不敢签字的。所以整个就是通电的，由于有这个共同的信息平台，民众代替政府来决策的。所以这是现代政治这个一个特点吧。下面我说说我的这个结语，就是五四运动作为中国现代史上一个重大的历史事件，它的起因是巴黎和会上中国外交的失败。而巴黎和会上中国代表团之所以能够提出3个问题，那是由于使用了电报。巴黎和会中中国外交失败的消息之所以能够迅速传回国内，是5期国耻纪念提前演变为5次爱国运动，同样是使用了电报。上海之所以在能够1天之内实现3罢，还是因为有了电报。可以说，自清末民初以来，因为电报线路网的建设以及各国通讯社的进入，在中国已经出现了一个联系世界各地的共识性场域。当时北京政府利用电报技术，在北京和巴黎之间建立了共识性关系。建立的共识性关系是以这个共识性场域为基础的。换句话说，对巴黎和会广大民众并非缺位者，而是在场者。他们不仅密切关注着巴黎和会上的现场，也密切关注着北京政府的一些运动。当广大民众认可北京政府的做法时，他们仅仅行使建议权；当民众不认可北京政府的做法时，他们将直接行使决策权。5四学生运动和社会各界反对在巴黎的合约上签字，都是在行使决策权。北京政府虽然利用电报带来的通讯方便，却没有意识到这场技术革命带来的后果，因此他们在处理学生运动和决定是否在巴黎合约上签字时，始终使用的是前电报时代的时间观念和空间观念，尤其是处理政治问题时，他用的政治时间是这样的。所以呢，最后采取了简单策法。所以呢，最后结果引火烧身。围绕巴黎和会上3个问题，广大民众与北京政府时和中立，最后走向对立。我觉得这是根本原因之一。谢谢大家的报道。
Thank you. Two fascinating papers. We're running late, so I think pretty much I want to skip my comment and maybe just want to raise 2 questions. Last night, Professor Guman mentioned this reduced May 4th, or the reduced version of a May 4th narrative. And here we have expanded May 4th, that is global transnational May 4th, the narrative of May 4th, right? And I think Guoqi's paper is fascinating. It's really, really shows that the May 4th movement is a transnational political event. It's not that the scholars have never mentioned the Chinese laborers' presence in Europe in their scholarship on the May 4th movement. They do, right? They overdo. But they tend to see the labor, the Chinese labor in Europe as kind of one of the accidents that triggered the May 4th movement, rather than as the integral component of that movement, right? I think really this is a paradigm change in his paper on the May 4th, and I found it especially fascinating is that I think as Chang and Ro will later present today, a lot of overseas Chinese students, including those who studied at Guoqi at the time, traveled to Europe, right, to engage closely with the Chinese laborers there through literacy program, provide whatever supports they could. They literally really highlight the enormous importance of Chinese labor for modern China, and also they turned the European battlefield into a kind of training ground for a new generation of Chinese citizens. I thought that is very revolution happened outside China in that sense, right? So I found that very interesting. But the center of these expanding the narrative about May 4th is the issue of export Chinese labor, which looms much larger in the first decades of the 20th century, but it goes back to Beijing, right? I think probably have already addressed this issue in your books, but I'm really curious about what happened. What's the turning point for the discussion on Chinese labor, export labors, and that played so important role in shaping the labor movement. Whereas of course, paper is fascinating, right? This is let me put it more corruptive. That is, without telegraph, the labor movement would not have happened, right? At least not in the way they did, not so fast, not so well orchestrated, right? So I think that the question is really how access and the analyze the revolutionary nature of modern technology, whether or not that requires a new paradigm for assessment or analysis without falling into the potential pitfalls of technology determinism and so on and so forth, right? So I think it's kind of revolutionary nature of modern technology requires a revolutionary paradigm of analysis. So that's my question. The second question is political time. I think the 政治时间, so you didn't get the time to talk about political time in your presentation, but I understand why. 为什么你会提出这个概念啊？就是说，必要性 the need for this kind of concept. But at the same time, you raise a new question. That's political time versus what? Economic time. Political time is imaginary time, and at the same time, versus what? Right. So I think that really leads us back to the discussion we had last night about the multiplicities in time temporality. Right. So I think that a lot of audience may have questions about these issues, and so I want to open the floor to the audience for more questions and discussion. So please sit here and let's make it quick.
English, you're all welcome.
English. Because you always help me.
Okay. Then how do you see in terms of the, well, you mentioned workers and countries and the world and so on, but I'm just wondering in terms of, do you see any beginnings of the break between the Golden Time and the Moonshine Down in this movement at this time of the relation?
Always collect a few more questions, so we'll put it all together. Yeah, please.
Yeah. I'd like to get your impression of you talk about the transnational implications of networking. Let's talk about the international transnational aspects of it. Because as we know in 1919 in Versailles, there's this huge ferment internationally of a formal colonized coming and making demands at the Versailles Conference, which is part of this whole picture. So how do you see that related? Because we know in retrospect, there's always a sort of looking back at the make way into the context of this. But how do you see that at the time working out?
Okay. One more question, and then we have questions. Yeah.
This might be outside of the scope of May 4th, but I was wondering about French sociology. Social theory, has it affected the concept of socialism in the recent decades, or if it has it really been translated at all into into the Chinese discourse on the social contract?
So can you?
French sociology.
And then we have another round. Right. Yeah.
Right now, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you all for excellent questions. I will start with Professor Song's question first about the beginning of the Chinese immigration. Of course, China actually, Chinese went abroad for many, for a while, for example, to Cuba, to US, to other. But usually that's individualized effort, not sponsored by government. But Chinese workers in France were sponsored by Chinese government, French government, and British government. Also, basically, this regional agreement it's basically on legal quality. But for those of us who are familiar with American immigration history, for example, from 1882 to 1943, the Chinese in the U.S. was legally discriminated against. So that's actually one thing. It's a big that you give us. Second point I try to address. In terms of 20th century, Li Shizhen, Wu Zhihui, Cai Yuanpei, and many others included, they try to figure out to renew China. You have to learn from the West, from other civilizations. By sending Chinese abroad was a very important part of their so-called grand strategy, which I'll refer to in my talk. So that's why when Chinese workers arrived in France, Cai Yuanpei personally wrote textbooks to educate them. Then actually the textbooks, what Cai Yuanpei wrote for this Chinese, literally later on was published in Beijing, actually with a forward from Wang Wei. Wang Wei even mentioned actually that's quite interesting. So that Jiang Zemin's actually to certain extent was a much longer history with Wang Wei. So that's my brief. To also address the question from others about international trend, also something to do with or Chinese and communist or nationalist. So basically, the Chinese labor corps or Chinese workers in Europe, in France, basically at that time was before the nationalists, before the communist parties, actually. But that's a I would call it a collective effort for the Chinese to establish the direct link between China and the emergent world order, or to insert the basically to project the Chinese dreams to the new world order. So after even actually before the Chinese workers returned to China, major part returned to China in 1920, rest returned to 1922. Then a few 3,000 remained in France. So, but we all know basically that yesterday I asked Professor Goodman a question about Mao. Because at that time, basically, many future Chinese communist leaders came to France by following the footprint of Chinese labor corps. Zhou Nai was there, Deng Xiaoping was there, Chen Yi was there, even Zhu De was there. So they basically they overlapped. They have their time there was overlapping. So Mao basically, of course, himself somehow he lost the funding, but his friend from Hunan, Cai Husen, and others indeed. So of course history cannot be, it's a reality, but history also is a full of what if. If Mao indeed following the Chinese labor, Chinese worker in France, maybe the history might have been different, just like say without telegraph, maybe the world might not be different. So the world trend. So basically, just give you one example is a so-called the history of May 4th and history of Chinese and world history was actually sometimes full of paradox. Because the Paris Peace Conference, especially the Versailles Peace Treaty, was a brainchild of American President Woodrow Wilson, right? The League of Nations. But Woodrow Wilson, in order to save its League of Nations so-called blueprint or cherished plan, he actually compromised with other so-called Big Four, the Japanese, the British, the French, thereby so-called by sending out Shandong. So because of Chinese did not succeed in recovering Shandong, did not achieve many so-called bigger objectives. Basically, the Chinese is the only country on June 28, 1919, refused to sign the Versailles Treaty. Ironically, American President Woodrow Wilson's opponent back in American Congress actually refused to approve the treaty with the argument, you betrayed the Chinese, you betrayed Shang. Of course, that's just excuse. So that's so ironic. So that at that time, the Chinese even was very weak, was marginalized, but really they are adverse. With the rest of the world, many others, for example, William Poole, the graduate of this great university, basically make a very, very powerful speech to appeal to the world opinion, basically finding the Chinese dreams with an emergent world order. That's very powerful. So basically, he compared Shannon to the Jerusalem, Jerusalem, right? Jerusalem. So that's very powerful argument. Say, can you sell out your Jerusalem when still preserving your civilization? That's exactly happened to the Chinese. So they also have a lot of advices, but I don't want to take too much time. There are a lot of questions from back there about the Chinese and French socialism. That's actually it's a very direct link there. Unfortunately, I do not have the time to elaborate on that. Not only on Chinese, but also on Indochina, on Indians, because the Ho Chi Minh at that time, his name was not Ho Chi Minh. It's a called Yuan Ai Guo. So he was deeply influenced by French socialism. The Indians, of course, by the way, like Chinese, like Vietnamese, Indians sent over 1 million Indian soldiers and workers to the West. 100,000 Indo-Chinese or Vietnamese came to France. 140,000. They have a lot of interactions, a lot of sharing, so-called experience there. So that's also quite fascinating in terms of when we understand the May 4th movement. But that's a lot of the so-called undercurrent which we did not pay much attention to. That's my 2 cents.
因为我们讨论五四其实是一个带有双重性质的运动，一个是政治的运动，一个是启蒙运动。我们没讨论启蒙问题，我们是讨论政治问题，巴黎不会国际政治，然后学生运动国内政治，我们主要讨论这个问题。在这个共识性场域里面，政府的行为民众都在看着，实际上没有给政府决策提供更多的思考的空间，对吧？你这个过程它没有一个时间间隔，没有个序列，是同步性以后没有系列性质，它完全是共识性的。你做哪一项，你的政治指标给你留的很有限制。对是不对，民众直接说对，我支持你；不对，我反对你。甚至你再不对，你别做，我做，是这么个意思。
所以你是非常那个是。
So very quickly, for the political time, 2 explanations. One is that when we talk about May 4th, there are 2 May 4th. One is the political discussion of May 4th, and the other one is reflecting May 4th as enlightenment. For the political part, there's international politics and domestic politics. The Versailles Peace Conference is the international politics. Students' uprising is the domestic politics. What is special about political time is that you have a conflation of both the political, both international and domestic, as well as the question of enlightenment. So now you compress time and space, and for the particular instance of May 4th, the people who are being enlightened in this particular case would have an instantaneous say about what political decisions will be made.
I think we have to wrap up. Sorry, I wish I had because we're really behind schedule. We have one more panel before lunch.
Hi, welcome everyone. I'm delighted to be able to present the second panel of the World Report. I'm going to introduce all the speakers at once, and then we'll just kind of use the order. About 30 minutes per speaker, and then about 30 minutes for Q&A afterwards. So our first speaker is Lucas second speaker will be Michael Gibbs-Hill, who's at William & Mary, he's been teaching there since 2016, Associate Professor of Chinese Studies. He recently published a book on Lin Shu Incorporated, Translation and the Making of Modern Chinese Culture, which was published in 2015. His interests include translation, both writing on translation and producing numerous translations from modern Chinese, world literature, pedagogy, and categories of knowledge in modern China. And finally, our last speaker will be Shang, who is a Chinese Studies librarian, and he has also published recently on archival resources of the Republic of China and North America, which was published in 2016. And the title of his talk is Made for Movements through Leaders and Participants in the U.S. Relocated and Expanded. Michael, did I give the title of your talk? No, I don't think I did. So it's China's Eric after May 4th. So please join me in welcoming the three speakers.
It's not really showing the background. Oh, it's okay.
It could be, yeah.
In the light, it's okay. Well, it doesn't really matter. I put a handsome background for you to look at, but it's not really going to work out. So, okay. Thank you, Mara, for the introduction. So today, I want to talk about one of the key issues of the May 4th movement, which was the alphabetization, or at least the reform of the Chinese script. Now, almost without an exception, the May 4th students and activists, and later on figures in the New Cultural Movement, all claimed that something needed to change about the Chinese script, that they were holding China back. Most famously, you'll remember, Lu Xun wrote that the Chinese characters were like the tubercles on the people's bodies, eating the masses alive. So for today's talk, I want to ask why. The Chinese characters had been around for 3 millennia, so why was it then that they became a major issue? And more importantly, what was the relationship between script and radical thought? Now, some historians find the response to Western colonialism. So they say, starting in the 19th century, Orientalist scholars in the West designated the alphabet as a sovereign of progress and relegated the Chinese characters to the bottom of the food chain. So this Orientalist discourse was then internalized by Chinese elites, by people like Tsun, and hence the script reforms that we see in China in the 20th century. So according to this scholarship, script reforms were a product of colonial and Orientalist discourses. Now, I partially agree with this argument, but today I want to complicate it by pointing out 2 crucial details. One is that May 4th scholars, or students and activists, were not the first ones who wanted to change the Chinese script. The movement had started in the late Qing dynasty, and the last 10 years of the empire saw dozens of proposals to change the script. So by the time the May 4th student protest took place in 1919, script reform was already part of a larger revolutionary vocabulary. And secondly, and more importantly, script reforms were not unique to China. Vietnam, as you all probably know, under colonial conditions, had changed its script around the same time. Turkey, under nationalist conditions, also changed its script from Arabic to Latin at the same time. Central Asian republics of the Soviet Union, under socialism, also changed their scripts at the same time. So similar movements were taking place in other geographies as well. And the question that I raised about Chinese script reforms can be directed at any one of these places, which brings us to the theme of this conference. Why were these movements taking place synchronically across the world? And can global history tell us something different, something that we did not know about May 4th script reforms and radicalism in China? So let me begin with the question of global synchronicity. How is it that we see the same concern in radically different cultural contexts? I'd say that the response lies within a greater history of an globally industrializing knowledge economy. So from roughly the mid-1850s onward, following the colonial world order, knowledge regimes across the world underwent significant transformations. New information infrastructures were being established, and breakthroughs in communication technologies quickly made their way into the Middle East, into East Asia, into South Asia, into Southeast Asia, and everywhere else. So iron hand presses, movable metal types, linotype, monotype, typewriters, the telegraph, they all entered all cultures of information during the same period. Now, these infrastructural transformations, coupled with a capitalist political economy, brought new challenges to the use of scripts and languages because they put pressure on the management of information and knowledge. But these new instruments were needed, were urgently needed to organize information, increase the rate of access to it, and expedite its processing. So 20th century writing reforms were a product, I would say, of this global industrializing knowledge economy, in which the very definition of knowledge was changing. And the repercussions of this change become clear when we zoom in on China. This was a time when the civil service examinations, which was the backbone of imperial bureaucracy, was abolished. This was the time when a new educational infrastructure was built. This was a time when modern sciences and technologies demanded and imposed new epistemologies. And the Chinese script found itself at the center of all of these changes. So in China, it already started in the 1890s when reformers began designing different alphabets and syllabaries, and they used various graphic designs to phoneticize the Chinese script. I just want to give you a couple of examples to support my claims. So one of the earliest proposals was written by Tsun, who is well known as the inventor of Chinese stenography. Rainer Gluman was mentioning stenography in yesterday's talk. But Tsun had a remarkable CV. He was born in Fujian, and he grew up during the time of self-strengthening. He studied Western language in the 1860s. Then he followed the Qing ambassador to Peru, Japan, and the US in the 1870s. And in the 1880s, when he came back, China had already undergone major transformations, especially in the coastal provinces. This was the age of arsenals, remember, the transfer of Western technology and industrialization. So he started working as the chief accountant of Zhang, who was one of the leading industrialist reformers during this period. So Tsai was responsible for all kinds of bureaucratic and administrative mechanisms, and these mechanisms required not only workers and office clerks, but also new techniques of paperwork, of recording, collecting, and organizing information. He was so involved in the management of finances that he was actually the first one to translate the Western method of double-entry bookkeeping into Chinese a year before he wrote this book on stenography. So in other words, Tsai was a bureaucrat, he was an administrator, and he saw language and script through that managerial prism. So just as he was trying to figure out the most efficient way to manage an industry, he also wanted to figure out the most efficient way to manage and record speech. That's why he was the first one to introduce stenography to governmental institutions. And he came up with a shorthand of 56 phonetic signs in total, which he claimed would be sufficient to record manually. But his ambition was even greater than that. He claimed that his shorthand could become the new method to create a generation of literate minds. He argued that shorthand would reduce the necessary labor time for literacy and give rise to a clerical and mental labor force. And I want us to put this on one side. For him, the invention of a shorthand was closely tied to an industrializing economy of labor. The second person that I want to talk about is Meng Yao, who wrote a record of phonetic letters in the same year in 1896. He was a Cantonese pastor in the London Missionary Society, and his book shared the same concerns that it called for efficiency and speed in writing. But his motivation for inventing a phonetic script came from a different source, which was the telegraph. So telegraphy entered China in the 1870s, and the telegraphic network, as you can see here, expanded radically in the following 2 decades. But there was a problem. The Morse code was invented for the 26 letters of the English alphabet. As it turned each letter into dots and dashes. This is what my talk would look like if I were to use Morse code. So when the telegraph came to China, it encountered an infrastructural anomaly. How do you reconcile a quintessentially alphabetical system of coding with a quintessentially non-alphabetical system of writing? So the solution was proposed by 2 Westerners in Shanghai. They claimed that each Chinese character could be given 4 digits. And so if someone wanted to wire a message in Chinese, the message would first be translated into the numbers, and then those numbers would be translated into the Morse code. And this constituted a major problem for Wang Yao. It was a problem, again, for him, of labor time. Now, Wang argued that it took too much time to locate a character in a telegraph code. I brought a telegraph code with me today just to show you what it looks like. It's really like a little book, and it's composed of pages like this. So the codebook was designed according to principles of Chinese lexicography. So each codebook was basically like a dictionary documents. So it was indexed according to the 214 Kangxi radicals. So if a telegraph clerk wanted to code the character Tian, for instance, he first needed to figure out what the radical was, which was U in this case, and then he had to go to the section which had all the characters under U, so which would like Xue or U, and then find Tian, and then locate the number, and then translate the number into Morse code, and then fire it away. Now, according to Wang, if only Chinese had an alphabet, none of this was going to matter. So he came up with his own phonetic shorthand to code linguistic sound and create a Morse code for Chinese. And again, just like Cai Xiong, his ambition was not confined to optimizing telegraphic communication. In this conceptual framework, literacy and telegraphy were both governed by the same laws of economy. Neither the time needed to learn Chinese characters, nor the time needed to transmit them conformed with the accelerating speed of information in modern life. So when taken together, Cai Xiong and Wang Bingyao's proposals indicated what they perceived to be scarcity and inefficiency in labor. And in the following 2 decades, dozens of more reformers joined in to devise phonetic scripts for China, and what we today know as Guoqi was basically a product of this period. So it was invented in 1913. And after that these reforms were not only confined to shorthands or alphabets. As the alphabetical turn was gaining strength, there was another camp of reformers who demanded the simplification of Chinese characters. So according to them, China was not going to give in to the tyranny of the alphabet, and it was going to articulate a native response to the global information age. The ones who spearheaded the simplification movement, at least for a short period, were first-generation Chinese psychologists who were trained at Columbia Teachers College. And they were asking fascinating questions, like how do you compress the visual information in a character without sacrificing meaning? Or what is the easiest way to see a character, or what is the quickest way to memorize a character? And in order to respond to these questions, they used cutting-edge technologies like stethoscopes to measure and track eye movements in reading Chinese. They used statistical methods to determine the correlation between the number of strokes in a character and the time it took to learn it. They tested with Chinese and Americans to see what the optimal number of strokes was in reproducing the character, and so on and so forth. So this is all to say that the industrial values of efficiency were deeply embedded in the practice of script reform in China, be it in the form of alphabetization or in the form of simplification. And all of this background is important to get into the minds of the May 4th radicals. Because by the time the May 4th movement was taking place, the reform or the revolution of the script was no longer a question of if, but when. So the 1920s and 30s were the most exciting decades to think about the future of the Chinese script. And this was not an easy problem to solve. Even the May 4th radicals were divided amongst themselves. Was it going to be shorthand? Was it going to be a phonetic syllabary? Was it going to be simplified Chinese characters? A combination of all of them? Or maybe something entirely different? So for the rest of the talk, I want to focus on one of these scripts, which I think was the most radical and the most global. It's the so-called Chinese Latin alphabet. And the Chinese Latin alphabet was the grandfather of Pinyin, which makes it all the more important. It was invented by Russian and Chinese communists in Moscow in the 1920s, but it is in fact quite different from Pinyin. So when we look at it, for instance, language, today we write Pinyin as this one again. But in the 1930s, it was written a little differently. Or the word for Latinization, today we write it like this, but back then in the 1930s, it was written like this. Now, these might seem to be trivial, but the first time I saw them, I was intrigued. Why did the Chinese Latin alphabet in the 30s use a Y to transcribe the U sound? Or why did it use an X to transcribe the H sound? Or why did it use a J to transcribe the U sound? Where did these letters come from, and why do we have these letters and not other letters? So if we dig deeper, we'll realize that the story neither starts in Moscow nor in China, but in Baku, the capital of present-day Azerbaijan. During the first All-Union Tripology Congress in 1926. This is 7 years after May 4th. This Tripology Congress was a world historical event, or at least I would describe it as a world historical event, because it was during this conference that Russian and Turkic tripologists devised the unified new Turkic alphabet to Latinize the Arabic script that was in use in the Central Asian republics, like the Kazakhs, the Kyrgyz, and the Azeris, and whatnot. So So it turns out that the letters of the Chinese Latin alphabet were by and large the same as those of the unified new Turkic alphabet. So the J of the Chinese Latin alphabet actually had a secret Arabic Y, or the X had a secret Arabic or the Y had a waw which could be written read as U, and so on and so forth. So how did that happen? And before we come to how that happened, why did the Turkish scholars in the first place wanted to change their alphabet? Now we can trace the Turkic script reforms back to the 1850s and 60s. Istanbul, the capital of the Ottoman Empire, when the printing press became the major medium of producing information in the Arabic script. The printing press was introduced to the Muslim world in the 18th century, but it wasn't really used until the mid-19th century when the unequal economic and cultural integration with European capitalism was taking place. So it was during this period that the dissemination of information became a critical issue, and hence the importance of the printing press. But there was a problem. In the Arabic writing system, each letter has 4 glyphs. So for instance, Dain is a good example for it. It represents standard G or the depending on the language that you speak. So when Dain comes at the beginning of a word, it's written like this. But when it comes in the middle, it's like this. When it comes in the end, it's like this. So if you wanted to write GGG or GGG, you would do it like this. And this, the reformers argued, caused an economic problem for typography because in the world of print, this meant that you need to cast 4 different swords for the same letter. And that was not all. I want you to look at the first word on the right upper side. It's a name, it's Mahmoud. And if you were to write Mahmoud in Unicode today, it would look like the one in the middle, which is just pretty, even if you can't read Arabic, it's actually pretty easy to see the letters. So it's the M and then the H, and an M, and an U, and a D. But back in the day, in the 19th century, the calligraphic norm of today was required you to write it like this. And when you look at this one, you'll see that the M and the H and the M are in one sort. So what this means with typography is that if you want to use these 3 letters together, then you have to create a different sort and cast a different sort. And depending on the permutations of different letters that you use, you had to create all different types of sorts. So all of a sudden, a typesetter had to use 500 to 600 sorts in front of it, and according to, depending on the calligraphic style that he used, it would reach out to 2,000. And many reformers argued, just like the Chinese reformers, that this required too much labor time for the typesetter. And apart from the economic difficulties, they argued that there was a mental difficulty. The Arabic letters can have multiple phonetic values. So wav, for instance, can be an o or an e or an u or an u or a v. So the words down there, I can read it in 6 different ways. I can read it as kük, which means a fur, or çürek, which means an or gevrek, which means crispy, and so on and so forth. So this, the reformers said, led to mental confusion and waste of thought. Now, it doesn't matter if you agree with them or not, but the economic metaphors that they're using are really important to understand because we see the same value of efficiency in play. What the reformers demanded was precision. Every single letter had to have an exact phonetic value in order to help the eye see as efficiently as it could. Like this example over here, where you see them all separate. In other words, imagine mechanics of reading, of the reading mind was an extension of typographical calibration. From the 1860s to the 1920s, a period that I'm not really going to talk about, the reform project that started in Istanbul metastasized into the Balkans, the Crimea, and the Russian Caucasus, where engineers devised different scripts, some of which were graphically built on the Arabic letters, and some of them were not so much built on it. And by the 1920s, the Azeris in Azerbaijan championed the movement and decided to Latinize the Azeri language. So the Azeris became the first nation to Latinize the Arabic script in 1924. And Lenin loved it. He even allegedly said that Latinization was the great revolution in the East because the principles of Latinization, such as efficiency, optimization, and creating a new culture of knowledge, deeply resonated with the principles of socialism, and especially with the principles of the scientific organization of labor. Now, scientific organization of labor was a term introduced by Alexei Gastiev, who was an admirer of Frederick Taylor and Taylorism in the United States. So it was an early Soviet search for the optimum bodily moves to increase productivity. What is the optimum move? To hit a nail, or to cut with a chisel, or to play the piano, or to act on a stage, or to read and write. This was indeed very similar to the Chinese psychologist's measurement of of eye movements, and they were all operating within the same world of mechanization, and they shared strikingly similar values. So when the first All-Union Turkology Congress convened in Guoqi in 1926, Russian and Turkish intellectuals were constantly making references to the scientific organization of labor and the human-machine integration that it called for. Some Russian scholars, like Nikolai Yakovlev, took the principle of mechanization to the extreme and created a mathematical formula for alphabets. Others worked on more hands-on projects, such as typewriters, linotype printing, telegraphy, and so on. And in the end, after long discussions, the unified new Turkic alphabet was invented for all Turkic nations. And in a couple of years, the alphabet became the material medium to systematize internationalism in the Soviet Union. It was deemed to be the fastest channel to transmit socialist knowledge into the minds of the people, and the most convenient instrument to create a decentralized internationalist network. Soon, the unified new Turkic alphabet became the new alphabet for all, and thus was created the new Turkish alphabet and the new Mongolian alphabet, and for our purposes, the new Dunganese alphabet, which was the very first Chinese alphabet. Now, why was it called Dunganese? Who were the Dungans? Dungans were Chinese Muslims living in the Soviet Union. During the late 19th century, a small community of Dungans migrated to the Russian Empire and settled in around today's Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. So in the 1920s, these Chinese Muslims became an asset for the Soviets because they already had a phonetic writing system for Chinese, which was using the Arabic script. It was known as the Xiaoqing. Now, the origins of transcribing Chinese sounds in Arabic alphabet are not really very clear. Some people claim that it started with the Ming. I strongly believe that it started with the Mongols, and it was a tradition that continued up until the 20th century. Online, you can even find the first article of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Mandarin written in Arabic script. So if you were to read this in Arabic script, it would be Ren Ren, Shang, Er, Ziyou, and so on and so forth. So the point is, the Dungans living in the Soviet Union were the descendants of the Chinese Muslims who had been using the Arabic script for centuries. And this turned out to be an extremely convenient, for the Dungans, since they already had a template to change the Arabic letters into Latin letters. So they simply applied the Latin letters of the new Turkic alphabet onto the Arabic letters of Chinese. In other words, the first Chinese Latin alphabet had nothing to do with Matteo Ricci or the Jesuits or the Protestants, and everything to do with the reform of the Arabic script across Eurasia, including China. So the history of Chinese Latinization, I would say, started as a Eurasian history written in Arabic letters. And a couple of years after the invention of the new Dunganese alphabet, Chinese communists and Russian linguists in Moscow reformed it to devise the Chinese Latin alphabet, which was later ratified also by the Chinese Communist Party. And this story, the significance of the Chinese Muslims, at least to my knowledge, has never been told before. The place of the Dungans have been erased from history. So in rethinking the script reforms and the new cultural movements in general, I think it's important for us to decenter the narratives that were created post-fact. And at this point, I'd like to pause for a second and raise a question. So what did Latin alphabet mean for China? In order to respond to this question, I'd like to go back to that late 19th century moment when reformers wanted to phoneticize Chinese for the first time. Now, while they were doing that, the main problem was that if China were to have an alphabet, then what speech was that alphabet going to represent? Was it going to be based on Mandarin as spoken in Beijing, or Mandarin as spoken in Beijing, or was it going to happen with Shanghainese or Cantonese or other languages? And these questions were of vital importance at the turn of the century, because depending on the kind of phonetic script, the place of language or languages was going to be different in China. So those in Beijing at the turn of the century, for instance, said that everyone should speak Mandarin, and all we need is basically 62 signs. That will be enough to record Mandarin sounds. But then people in Nanjing who were speaking Mandarin said, well, we actually need 71 signs if we want to be able to record Mandarin as we speak. And then people down in Shanghai said that they needed 81 signs if they want to record their speech. And people in Fujian said, well, we need 103 signs. So, in short, during the late Qing, the creation of an alphabet was by necessity related to the political representation of diverse linguistic communities. And this tension was never resolved. It's still not. But in the 1930s, the communists utilized this and sought to mobilize all the speakers of diverse languages in China. But they adopted the rhetoric of the Soviet Union's multinational affirmative action and appropriated to the multilingual conditions of China. So using the Latin alphabet, they did not only publish a primer for Northern Mandarin, but also one for Shanghainese, and one for Cantonese, and then others for Min and Gan dialects and Mandarin dialects. And that, I think, was the revolutionary side of the Chinese Latin alphabet. It was both the medium through which China was going to become part of a socialist internationalist network of nations and nationalities, and it was also the medium that opened an alternative space for the representation of all languages instead of a commitment to one national language. And this, I would say, was one of the most radical visions that came out of the post-May 4th era. And it failed. And even in its failure, I think it was remarkable. And in order to understand its failure, we again need to go back to the Soviet Union, because Latinization in the Soviet Union failed in the 1930s. To start with, there were technical problems. For instance, the manufacturing of typewriters. An engineer from Kazan was given the task to invent Latin typewriters in the Soviet Union, and he undertook these very detailed frequency analysis of letters in each language, design efficient Latin keyboards for each nationality. But all of a sudden, that meant dozens of new keyboard designs. And the Soviet Union didn't even know how to manufacture typewriters in the Cyrillic alphabet, let alone the Latin. And the same problem was also true for linotype machines. They needed new typefaces, they needed new sorts, and most importantly, they needed people who were literate in the Latin alphabet. So quite ironically, internationalism turned out to be a burden on the so-called scientific organization of labor. And apart from the technical problems, there were serious political problems as well. Internationalism was in crisis in the 1930s in the Soviet Union. The terror campaigns in Ukraine in 1932 and 1933 was just the start of a much larger process that quickly culminated in the Russification of all nationalities. So by the mid-1930s, the Central Committee did not even want to invest any money in the internationalist Latinization project. When we read the reports from Vladivostok and Khabarovsk, for instance, where Chinese Latin alphabet was actually put in practice, we see that textbooks were not enough, teachers were not enough, and money wasn't enough. But the last blow came in 1938 when the Central Committee decided to serialize all the scripts in the Soviet Union and put an end to Latinization for good. And remember, this was happening in tandem with the Great Purge. And in fact, most of the Latinists, including some of the Chinese communists living in the Soviet Union, were executed in 1937 and 1938. But this was the end of an internationalism that inspired a generation of young Chinese communists who came of age during the May 4th. So with the failure of the Soviet-led internationalism, the Chinese Latin alphabet kind of lost its value. In 1940, the CCP put Latinization on hold, and even in the 1950s, when it was devising pinyin, it didn't really care much about multilingual representation. But the CCP was actually committed in the 1950s solely to Mandarin. So in short, the Chinese Latin alphabet offers a glimpse into a period in which script reform was entangled with much larger ideas about social change, language politics, and internationalism. So revisiting the May 4th era, its global connections, and its radicalism, I think, may still inspire us to think about alternative politics in our own post-industrial age. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Thanks so much to the organizers, and this is a great panel, and I'm also really delighted to meet tomorrow for the first time. Her book, Reading Darwin in Arabic, was a huge inspiration to my project, and I think certainly for anyone who's interested in the late Shang or the Republican period and questions of translation and intellectual history should really, I think it should be required. It covers so many issues that are very similar to the overlapping periods in the Republic. So my talk today draws from my current project, which examines parallels and points of intersection between Chinese and Arabic literature from roughly 1850 to 1950. And it's sort of a, I'll say it, I'll admit, it's kind of a medley of materials that I've been working on. I've concentrating on some other translations from the 30s and 40s. This is a result of some kind of background research that I've been doing that brings up issues that I think sort of are across the board very important in thinking about this kind of question of transferability between Arabic and Chinese in the 30s and 40s. So one question I've been thinking about in this research is how the Arabic language maps onto different communities of readers and writers in the late Shang and through the Guoqi period. Regardless of what historical actors may have said about the importance of learning Arabic within the Sino-Muslim community, translation was always going to be necessary for a large number, actually most readers. It's important to ask then, what does it mean to discuss commensurability between Arabic and Chinese? What do these assertions mean both for the implied audience, or readers, and the people who are making these assertions, the translators and other intellectuals? When Arabic is used directly, what possibilities are open or closed off for both writers and their audiences? Any such considerations immediately touch on the problem of the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China as multinational and multilingual states. By the early 20th century, we encounter the official Republican motto of 5 nations under one republic, or made up of the Han, Manchu, Mongolian, Tibetan, and Hui peoples. Now, how does that configuration actually map onto languages? Under 5 nations, under one republic, 4 of the 5 nations have a relationship to language and script that could be said to possess a certain kind of unity. For Han, we have classical Chinese, or the vernacular, Manchu, and Manchu. Mongolian, there's a Mongolian script. Of course, Tibetan has a very long linguistic tradition. But for the way we have a question mark. In fact, we have a lot of question marks that come from both this kind of question of language and also the composition of what constitutes the way. So the way presented an important test to this Republican form of commensurability, in part because the size of the Muslim population in the Qing and the Republic of China was often wildly overstated. According to Mahu Feng, at the time of the founding of the Republic of China, it was believed that Muslims made up between 1/8 and 1/5 of the newly formed state's population, which was far greater than their actual numbers. This belief remained strong throughout the Republican era. For example, in an essay that appeared in 1936 in Guoqi, which is the English title of this Chinese historical geography, it's a journal edited by the well-known historian Hu Jiegang, an essay by the Sino-Muslim historian Jin Jitang stated in the first sentence that the territory of the Republic of China was home to 50 million Muslims, which was perhaps maybe 4 times what the total was. Of course, the demographics, even down to this day, is still very sensitive and difficult question. Of course, the complications surrounding the definition of the Hui in the Republican period are well known. The Hui nationality, as it is known in the PRC today, does not lay claim to a specific ancestral homeland within PRC borders and does not distinguish itself in terms of language. It's also seems being separate from the Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims. In the years leading to and after the 1911 revolution, however, the term Hui largely referred to Turkic Muslims, but it also referred to Chinese-speaking Muslims. As David Guoqi writes, quote, the communal narratives of Muslim identity that circulated during the Shang and the 19th and early 20th century Orientalist tradition were interconnected in a swirling mass of historical narratives and ethnonyms. So in the early Republican period, we also see moments of confused and, at least to me, kind of confusing interpolation by the Republican state in terms of language. One striking example is a journal that, because of its bilingual title, requires at least 2 translations. We have the vernacular journal of Hui writing, or Hui Wen Hua. The title in Arabic is Monthly Journal in the Chinese and Arabic Language. In the few studies in English that mention this journal, it is usually referred to as an attempt to reach Muslim audiences in China. The bilingual contents of the issues of the journal that I have seen are written in a classic mode of making citizens who will identify with the state. The first issue of the journal includes summaries of legal orders put forward by Yuan Shikai, and an essay on the importance of the philosophy of 5 nations under one republic. An immediate problem appears here, however, which is who is being addressed here. The nature of the audience seems to be partly imagined by the state. In Republican China, and probably before, we see references to the writing of the Hui or Hui Wen, but given the ambiguous ways in which the Hui are identified and Sino-Muslims are identified, this term would immediately lead us to ask first, what is this writing of the Hui Wen, and which would include both language and script. And second, how might it be seen to relate to the larger unity of the Chinese state. One answer to the first question, what is Huiwen, what is Hui writing, is Arabic, in part. But other parts of the answer, of course, would include Uyghur, with Ottoman and Central Asian variants, Turkish in the background, and to a lesser extent by the 20th century, Persian. As for the second question, how does the writing of the Hui or Huiwen relate to ideas about Chinese state and culture? I believe that some of the ways in which Sino-Muslim intellectuals sought to answer this question are significant for understanding the relationship of Chinese writing and Chinese literature to the rest of the world, far beyond its minority communities in the first half of the 20th century. Particularly as these questions relate to the global problem of language reform, as he was just talking about, at the end of the chain, the Ottoman and Russian empires. Now, one of the specific questions that many translators run up against is once we have a kind of accepted a very clear split between classical Chinese and the vernacular, when it comes time to translate Arabic, what language do we use, right? And how do we articulate that kind of relationship? Because certainly in the late 19th, early 20th century, although there were many discussions about language reform in Arabic and the relationship between a more elegant style or a kind of classical style in the various regional languages where Amiya, the way that relationship is sussed out by the 1920s and 1930s is very different than what happened in Chinese. So this is a kind of constant roadblock and problem that we see for a number of translators. And to go back to this as well, I mean, this journal, it calls itself a vernacular journal. We're familiar with those other kinds of vernacular journals from the late Qing period. They're written in a very colloquial style. This style of the Arabic is, there's actually, I think, for the writers, really they have very difficult time articulating anything close to the colloquial style. It's still very much what we would see as being a classical type of writing. Okay. So, given the centrality of the Quran in Arabic literature, any discussion of these questions must involve the translation and framing of this text in relation to Chinese literature and world literature. As a number of actors across the political spectrum push for language reform in the institution of the more vernacular style of Chinese writing in school textbooks and mass media, Sino-Muslim intellectuals who wish to translate the Quran into Chinese now face the question of which Chinese to use. Of course, this is a vast subject, and I will only offer a couple of examples to define this discussion of the relationship between the Quran and the Arabic language to the written Chinese vernacular, which is variously referred to in the Chinese writings as Baifa or Baifa or Yuti. These examples inflect some of the same arguments that have been taken up since May 4th about the need for vernacular literature and later mass literature, and the need to remake the relationship between writer, translator, text, and reader, all the while variously using the Arabic language directly or histories of Arabic to think with, supplement, and I think productively nudge off balance some of the debates that have been handed down since the May 4th period. So the first example I'll talk about comes from Wang Qijai. He was an important imam who studied in Egypt in the 1920s, including at Azhar in Cairo, which is one of the most important seats of Islamic learning. He edited the journal The Light of Islam, which in Chinese is called Guoqi, or in Arabic is Islam, which is also the same title of the journal that came out of Azhar. And he wrote for numerous other venues. He was regarded as a national authority on Islam, and he also contributed to another one of these special issues of Guoqi's Dong, about a year later after the article that I mentioned. Over the course of his lifetime, he published 4 different and complete versions of the Quran in Chinese, 1 in classical Chinese, and 3 in versions of the written vernacular that differed stylistically and in their degree of the use of so-called scripture hall Sino-Muslim terminology, which Chinese is called Jinhao. So first I would like to talk about an essay from 1939 that Wang wrote while he was working on one of his new vernacular translations. In this essay, Wang referred to the works of Lu Xun and Ye Shengtao, in particular to kind of discuss this problem of the incompleteness of the vernacular. Right? If we're going to be rendering an important religious text into Chinese, how does one work in a language for which actually a kind of really formally instituted style of writing only been around for a decade? Right? So he expresses this kind of sense of incompleteness, but yet he also expresses a certain level of confidence in the process. He cited, of course, the very well-known story of Humanities by Lu Xun, which he noted was already used in teaching the written vernacular. According to Wang, although the story presents uninteresting or unsavory characters, anyone can see it as a great work of literature. It then arrives at the following argument about understanding the process by which readers come to grasp the work of individual writers and with the work. This is quote, when reading a common work of writing, one must make use of the imagination before understanding the author's artistic conception, or Beijing, very old term in Chinese literary criticism. If you simply recognize the words I wrote and cannot gain a sense of the author's artistic conception, then how will you understand the true flavor of the thing? Since reading the work of an individual is like this, then how would reading the Quran be different? This is a very different idea of how one encounters and reads the Quran compared to regular sort of traditional training of memorization and so on and so forth. He's really arguing for a different kind of process that is separate or at least distanced from vocalization and memorization. He really relies or argues for the literary hermeneutic that he associates with a particular kind of Chinese literature. So regardless of the concerns he may have about the incompleteness of the written vernacular, in the end, the work of translation must inspire this kind of hermeneutic process within the reader. So this is one of his explanations in Chinese. But things may be different depending on the reader. So on the right-hand side here we have the cover of this translation and exegesis of the Quran of 1918, which has this is from 1946. It has the calligraphy of Bai Tongxi that you can see on the left, the famous KMT general. And this work contained what I think is a kind of a remarkable note to the reader, or in Arabic, which was accompanied by the title in Chinese, a few words to domestic colleagues. Why translate the Quran? For Shang, in an earlier version of this Arabic text, there's an earlier version that's handwritten that was published lithographically, where they also have the same note. One provided a brief summary in Chinese of the Arabic that explained for readers in Chinese that in both Egypt and in northwestern China, which could include Xinjiang, but also Gansu, there was a distinct objection to translating the Quran. And he's referring to a kind of long-running debate in the first decade of the 20th century about the translatability and the appropriateness of translating the Quran. And coming out of two places. One is in Egypt, there is this kind of question of whether it is acceptable to render the Quran in other languages. For example, Russian Rida are against it. There's also a debate going on in India at the same time because there are English versions of the Quran that are also circulating. So he's obliquely kind of situating himself against these debates. In the Chinese summary, Wang explains the need to translate the Quran in terms of opening new routes to spread the word of Islam in China. He also uses terminology that would be familiar to other scholars in Chinese literature. He speaks about it in terms of translation, in terms of sort of delivering information. What interests me most, however, is the way that Wang subtly inflects his work in relation to changing ideas about literature and culture in China and elsewhere. So in this argument, in this sort of apologia, he says, quote, across historical eras it was known that there were methods of mutual understanding that had been determined by social custom. Muslims benefited from these tools in ancient times, and entire nations were brought into Islam, and no harm done to any among them, even when the number of followers reached approximately 100 million souls from different nations. However, we are in a time when the least of people become dishonored, considering for themselves what they think of as literary existence or literary life, and independence and identity, and freedom without limit, and moving from one faith to another. So on the one hand, this note, assuming that the author argues that translation becomes a tool of mutual understanding that is appropriate to the age, as long as it maintains some distance from the excesses of individuals who see themselves as too independent of tradition. On the other hand, Wang obliquely, but not too obliquely, distances himself from modernist, maybe politically modernist movements somewhere, probably in China, but perhaps also in the Arab world. The proper safeguard, he argues, that will allow for innovation in the work of promoting mutual understanding through translation lies in the work of intellectuals who engage in critique or not, as the safeguard against possible negative outcomes, which could include misleading potential religious followers. This argument for the provisional nature and ongoing nature of critique follows on his ideas on the provisional nature of the vernacular. Without pushing the point too hard, it might be possible to see how, even while keeping the most radical elements of the Mayforth movement at a distance, even as he quotes some of his favorite works in Chinese. Wang Jingjai also places trust in the work of independent thinkers, a move that sort of repeats some of the great debates during the Han period and to late 19th century in the world that opposes kind of received wisdom and independent interpretation. But again, the problem with that address and audience is raised. Because we are not clear exactly who might be reading the text, we have to ask, why does he use a Arabic? Is the audience, again, somehow magic? Although Arabic might exist as a kind of written means of communication among people with extensive religious education, it seems to remain an open question whether, who is the group of readers? So even though the Chinese label on the site says it's for domestic readership, there's a kind of question of is it possibly for other readers as well. But nonetheless, he demonstrates a commitment to critical inquiry that surrounds, in contradictory ways, a literary hermeneutic. So we have this commitment to that hermeneutic in Chinese, as well as a faith in this kind of critique that would come out of that process. Okay, so I'm going to move next to a very different text that is from a scholar named Shang, that was printed in 1949 in Yuehua Zhoubao, which is the monthly or weekly supplement to the journal Yuehua, which is the single most important Sino-Muslim journal, particularly in the 1930s and 40s. Since I don't have a picture of this person, and I'm not going to do biographical information, I've just put up a map that was printed by someone writing about Yuehua, which is what's called the Chinese Crescent. And this journal translated regularly from many Muslim journals, bringing materials from the Arab world, from India, from Turkey, also having a much wider distribution. So this is the kind of version of international reach and communication that was envisioned by its representatives. In his essay, The Quran, Living Literature, Shang shows the influence of leftist thoughts and debates surrounding the class character of literature that have been carried out since at least the 1920s. He says, the Quran is not a talisman that sits on a table for people to mumble over. It is a work of popular literature, or mass literature, read and known by all. Its resounding sounds go above and beyond the literature of all classes. The Quran is a work of literature that eliminates the fact of traces of class. The Quran achieves this task, we would argue, by explaining the world of farmers and fishermen, various everyday people, by instructing parents and newly married couples, and by consoling the old as they face death. Leo asserts that the Quran offers a kind of universal appeal that exceeds the purview of leftist literature, egalitarian literature, while accepting a fundamental tenet of modern Chinese literature and literary criticism that rejects the literature of the aristocracy that waits for literature. One way that Leo attempts to overcome the problem of the Quran's language is to appeal to the oral nature of the text. That's something that is ordinarily recite. This internalization seems to offer a way to argue that the corporeal encounter with the text in both the recitation and hearing the recitation makes it living, in Boucher's terms, and therefore places it outside of the limits of the simplistic binary of the literature. Leo goes further, arguing that the Quran, in fact, influenced key writers and texts that were held up by major figures in the May 4th culture movements as the objects of comparison for understanding the meaning of living literature or formulation. And I won't read this, but this is a very famous passage in comparison that Boucher makes. Leo cites what appears to be an argument made by the Spanish scholar Miguel Asim Palacios, who lived from 1871 to 1944, that aspects of Dante's Divine Comedy were borrowed or simply repackaged from the Quran and subsequent stories, particularly in its descriptions of hell, but more generally from the story of the Prophet Muhammad's descent into hell and ascent into heaven. Asim Palacios' book was first published in Spanish in 1919 and appeared in English translation in 1926, and also sort of made him a pariah, I think, for many years among Romance philologists who had no way to kind of accept the argument that he was making. It may be difficult to guess how Liu became familiar with the story, but it is fair to presume that parts of Essene Philosophy's book would have been summarized or described in the Arabic language press or inside of Muslim journals. According to Maria Rosamund Call's important study, the Arabic role in medieval literary history, although Essene Palacios may have made many errors in his study, there can be no question that Dante was operating in a culture that in fact was deeply influenced by and anxious about the influence of Arabic literary traditions. So much so that she makes the argument that the Divine Comedy can be understood in a way as a sort of negative version of some of the stories that Dante is said to have borrowed from, the way that he sort of tries to expunge any obvious influences from the Arab world and speaks negatively of the Arab world as well. Leo also cites stories of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe's fascination with Islam, including the oft-repeated argument that Faust was influenced by Islam. And then he went on to claim influence of the Quran on other authors from Shakespeare to Rabelais and Tagore. The rhetorical move that he is making for his audience of general interest readers is that many of the authors cited by the New Culture and Mayfair critics and their inheritors all bore the influence of the central text of the Quran and of the Arabic language. There would be no way then to place the Quran or Arabic literature outside of the boundaries of living literature or literature of the masses, even if it is written in what is understood in the discourse of the time in Chinese to be a classical or scriptural language. Okay. So to some extent, Leo borrows or engages in a strategic repetition of a line of thinking that can be found in Chinese language discourse since at least the late Shang, which is the Chinese origins thesis, or 西学中原, which is this argument that earlier technologies and ideas can be found in classical Chinese language. According to Li Zhenko, arguments concerning the Chinese origins of Western knowledge made it possible for thinkers in the late Shang to show that Western learning was an innovation within Chinese learning and not at all departure from the existing standards of Chinese learning. This type of argument certainly extended into literary and cultural criticism in the late Shang. Li Shu, for example, he regularly talked about translation in terms of traditional Chinese prose and fiction criticism. So when he compared the work of Charles Dickens to the narrative techniques of Sima Qian's records of the grand historian, the Shi Qi, Li Shu did not go so far to assert that English and French literature emerged from Chinese literature, but his analysis served a function that was similar to the China as origin thesis by asserting that not only that Western literary writing shared aesthetic standards with China, but that its introduction constituted an innovation within Chinese writing, not displacement. Liu Chang goes further than Li Shu in his argument to assert that the underlying principles of modern Chinese literature established during the New Culture and Mayfair periods could be found in earlier works of Arabic literature, including the Quran, and in its relationship to its audiences. If we follow the logic of the Chinese origins thesis, then this argument would be truly audacious. Western literature, influenced by the Quran, has taken as a substantial model for modern Chinese literature to break away from the shackles of tradition, etc. Therefore, a proper recognition of the Quran would establish it as a completely modern text that deserves to be included in the discussion of the Chinese about modern literature. There's no problem of commensurability or relatedness to be associated here. So what I find most interesting about this argument is that we can actually implement now. An ongoing argument in comparative literature, world literature, conserves the degree to which exclusions like those that are described and partially remedied in works like Call's Arabic world and medieval history continue to be circulating in the discipline. This book on Arabic world and literary history was brought up a couple weeks ago at a conference I was at on Arabic literature to discuss Eric Auerbach's Mimesis and the kind of extremely Greco-Roman version of medieval philology that he offers in that account of Western literature. So this is still the kind of question that's active in thinking about the history of the literature. So when we move beyond this, so Liu Chang saw that the exclusions within ideas about the Renaissance, which are undergirded by what Mendelcall called, quote, the view of the solidity and impenetrability of the Greco-Latin Christian heritage of the Middle Ages, provided him with an opportunity to offer a new understanding of the system of writing and body of knowledge that can be easily dismissed as needing development or, in the transitive sense, to be evolved in Chinese language discourse at the time. So, just to wrap up very briefly, I think what I find over and over again in these texts is that
we have this kind of question constantly in area studies of the West and the rest, right? So how do we overcome this kind of question of how a particular area, whether it's China, the Arab world, Latin America, is always seen, only becomes visible in its relationship to the West, or sometimes in the case of China, in relationship to Japan. Well, here we have, in the 30s and 40s, we have a very substantial group of thinkers who are really trying to consider these questions in a new way, rigorously, using different kinds of sets of texts and languages that are very different from what we're using right now. And therefore, they can serve, I think, as a very valuable resource for rethinking comparative literature and comparative studies. So with that, I'll stop. Thanks very much. I look forward to the questions.
Thank you very much, especially President and organizers, Lydia and also thank you to the panel chair. My topic today is fourth movement student leaders and participants in U.S. activism renegated and expanded. I have to apologize. I didn't prepare this paper in full form, and also I didn't have time to prepare PowerPoints. And what I report today is a very preliminary explanation, and I think I'm going to focus only on the students, a few students, most of them are at Columbia, and their activities, especially at the Washington conference. And I'm going to skip especially the student groups following the May 4th, the Washington conference. First, about the 5 students selected and studying abroad, that in Chinese is Xing Wu Yang. In 1920, 5 student leaders of May 4th movement were selected and awarded the Mu Chuo Scholarship for going to the U.S. for further study. The 5 student leaders of Peking University only, as many of us know, are Mo Jianen, Duan Xipeng, Zhou Yun, Kang Daiqin, Wang Jinxi. Most of them are literary, very famous literary giants of students and essayists, especially Mo Jianen. The fund for Mu Chuo Scholarship came from Mu Chuo, of course, personally. Mu Chuo was a successful businessman in Shanghai and a pioneer leader of Chinese cotton spinning industry. He obtained his BS degree from the University of Illinois in 1913 and another degree from Agricultural and Medical College of Texas in 1914. He returned to China and and opened several cotton mills. And thanks to his industry and intelligence, and also thanks to the decline of British competition in cotton and textile in Far East during World War I, Mu Chuo became the cotton king of China, 中国棉纱大王, in only several years. Even in June 1919, in the high time of the May 4th movement, Mu Chuo sent 100,000 yuan to Peking University Students Association to show his support to the student activities, especially their outreaching activities in the whole country. But the enormous amount of money was rejected by the students. In the New Year's party of Jiangsu Education Association on January 1st, 1920, Mu Chuo discussed his idea to support students with Huang Yanpei, Yu Rizhang, and Jiang Mumin. He wished to support the students to send them to United States or Europe to study. And also following that, he had a chance to visit, most probably Yonghua, the Lama monastery with Jiang Fu. And also he drew the bamboo strips, the sticks of fortune telling, and that words inspired him that the fortune could be misfortune and the money could be used for good cause. That confirmed his wish to support the students. So in May 20, he wrote to Tsai Ing-wen, the president of Beijing University, of course, presenting his ideas. And meanwhile, he enclosed his 木之讲学处境简章, the regulations of bylaws of 木之 scholarship. Of the 4 points he stipulated, so he is going to support the totally $50,000 each year for the 5 students for 5 years, and the selection committee, the fund should be managed by Huang Yanpei, Shen Enfu, and Jiang Fu, and also the money should be deposited in his own bank, that is Transnational. I think that's largely serving the workers, laborers' interests of that bank. And also, of course, he asked Wu Shizhi, Tao Menghe, and his best friend Jiang Bulin to be the committee to select the students. Besides academic and physical qualifications, the committee for the selection will examine and make selection based on abilities and ethics, and besides this, no any other qualifications, other requirements. Of course, after several rounds of careful screenings, meetings, and discussions, the committee finally chose 5 students. That is 5 students I mentioned for the scholarship. It was basically $1,200 US per student per year to be renewed for 5 years. Normally, the first 2 or 3 years to study in either United States or Europe, then they can travel. Normally, United States students, they can travel to Europe to study for another 2 years. And in order to support another student, student leader, Meng Shouchun, another leader, also a writer too, to go abroad further, the 5 students voluntarily reduced their scholarship by $200 each, so that Meng could be able to go to American universities to study without financial problem. However, I think it is out of Tsai Ing-wen's planning, but it looks like accidentally Tsai Ing-wen presented a brilliant paper on Buddhism, Sutra of Perfect Enlightenment of 大方广圆觉经. That paper he presented to Meng Chu. The paper was published in Beijing 大学月刊, the monthly of Beijing University. Meng Chu was so impressed by the paper that he decided to additionally support that writer to go abroad. But he pledged only half of the scholarship. That is only $2,500. But the student, the writer, has to come up with another half. That student was Jiang Shaoyuan. But I think there's another paper by Jiang Shaoyuan that Meng Chu did not have a chance to look. Otherwise, he would probably support the full scholarship. That article was based upon his public speech. It was a very long article that he simply claimed the title, quote, "The victory of the World War I by Allied powers was the victory of Chinese culture." That was a very interesting paper. It was published in 3 times by the Beijing 大学月刊. In the aftermath of the, so right now, normally, originally 5 student scholarship winners, but actually 五大全牛奖 turned out to be 7, but people very often didn't mention the other two, which is Meng Shouchun and Jiang Shaoyuan. In the aftermath of the movement in 1920, the five and many other student leaders felt over 1 year's time, or sometimes even purely 2 years if you count the movement from 1918 protesting against Japan. The time was wasted. They realized the solution for China's problems would lie, or would partly lie, in the advancement of academics and knowledge and technologies. And they wish to focus on further study in specialized areas in the United States or Europe. The more scholarship offered them the godsend opportunity. It was widely reported by the media that Luo planned to study education and comparative literature, and Duan Xipeng in political economy, and Zhou Bilin social economy, and Kang Baiqing literature and sociology, and Wang Jinxi in psychology. In public meetings for them to accept the scholarship, all the winners made emotional speeches. Each expressed his ambitions for research and also their expectation for future. I think it was reported by Shenbao reporter. The reporter purposely stated all the words should be recorded because they are icons for the students and young people. The futures of China lie on them. So the reporter, almost every word of them, and also the emotions, actions by the winners. The first, the Duan stated clearly he wished to go to Colombia. Then he would go to East Europe for further study. And Kang Baiqing stated he would also go to Europe after studying in America and return from Siberia. I think that is not without reason. With sad voice and tears on the stage, Kang Baiqing vowed that he would not see his friends if he would not make progress in knowledge, behavior, and career in 3 years. And he asked his friends not to see him if they didn't make progress in the 3 areas in 3 years. And the very funny thing is the reporter simply recorded 言辞语气沉痛，声泪俱下. So that with big applause from the audience, of course. And Luo Jianren made a very long speech. He stated he would study education in Colombia and study in the integration of science and society in the new school for social research. It's amazing. He noticed the new school at that time, and he asked his peers to pay attention to the new school and its curriculum and teachings. And also he mentioned that he followed his 3-year study at Columbia. He would go to France and Germany to study too. Wang Jinxi, very interesting. He stated he would study psychology because psychology was connected with all other disciplines and as a base for many disciplines. And he would like to become a specialist and address social problems one by one. And he expected all his peers to be like him, to be a specialist after a few years of studies in America. Zhou Bilin stated he would go to study in Columbia or Chicago. 3 years later in Europe, he would focus on civilian economy. He warned against idolizing Peking University and the student leaders. He clearly said the idolization would hurt that progress. I cited some details of the speech, and many I wish to, in contrast to what they have achieved in the 3 years study in the US. Before the day, September 25th, 1920, a farewell party was organized by the World's Chinese Students Federation, 环球中国学生会, in Shanghai for the 6 awardees and other 6 students, either on government financial aid or supported by themselves. So they are scheduled to sail to US 2 days later in September 27th. Now, what they have achieved in a few years in the United States, there are many aspects of Chinese students' life worthy of careful examining. But I simply take a very brief look at the academic results of them. Well, I mean, some obtained degrees through hard work. Some did not. I would say either accidentally or purposefully. I mean, a few of them at the very beginning officially stated that they don't aim at American degrees, but aim at the real knowledge, the skills. First, let's see Jiang Shaoyuan, the last one of the scholarship, who only won half of the scholarship. He studied comparative religion in the University of Chicago. He published a paper in English. The paper is the philosophy of Tsun in 1922. Very interesting. I mean, most of his papers, articles, is on folklore, religion, but this one is about the philosophy of Tsun. And he obtained his master's degree in 1923. Then, after traveling, he went back. Wang Jinxi studied psychology in Johns Hopkins University. He obtained his PhD in psychology, psychiatry, and neurology in 1923. His dissertation is the famous relation between spontaneous activity and oestrus cycle in the white rat. And in 1923, he became assistant psychobiologist in the famous clinic of Johns Hopkins Hospital. He was very good at studying psychology, neurology, using, experimenting the white rat. And Yu Pinbai is also a leader of the May 4th movement and also a writer. He came to study in Columbia. First he visited to Johns Hopkins and went to the lab to see the experiment. He was so impressed. He almost, wished to change to psychology. But he decided to study in Columbia anyway. However, that lasted for only two days at Columbia. He officially he studied for 2 days. Then, because of health reason, as well as largely his personal idea changed. Just like his first study in Europe, he just quit. He went back anyway. But Wang Jinxi, I think he became, compared to other student leaders, he became almost a pure scientist. Of course, his later life activities I wish to look at further. It seems he became a pure scientist in psychology. And Kang Beiqing and Meng Shouchun enrolled in University of California, Berkeley. They studied political science and history, respectively. Their names and study field showed up in the UC catalog of officers and students in 1921-22. However, their names did not show in the commencement program for 1921 to 1927, either for MA or PhD recipients. So apparently, I don't think they win any degrees or certificates. Among many activities they participated, including supporting the Washington Conference, I'm going to talk a little bit later. It was Kang and Meng founded the Xinzhonguodang, New China Party, from the second half of 1923 in San Francisco. The party was established in October that year. Its party program, the protection of the rights of workers, especially emphasized. Of course, other universal values are mentioned, but this is quite different from, I think, Communist Party as well as KMT party program. The party was intended to be an international network, very ambitious, with numerous branches to be opened in China. And of course, first, in Chinatown, Chinese communities,
and all the major cities in the United States, Canada. Then they try to reach out to seems to me from the literature, over 1,000 cities in China. They intended to be, the new China Party couldn't be, of course, couldn't be tolerated by KMT, and also couldn't be tolerated by Chinese Communist Party either. So in 1929, officially, the Central Committee of the KMT, 国民党中央委员会 officially declared to suppress this party. I think some of them even get wounded, get arrested. It was very likely, very likely Kang Beijing and Meng Shouchun, especially Kang Beijing, who cried in public and moved so many people, including his peers. He became an enemy of his best May 4th movement friends, especially Duen Xiepeng and Luo Jianen, because as we know, they become the very, I should say, die-hard supporters of Jiang Jieshi's nationalism, the Guoqi. And needless to say, Kang and Meng spent most of the time and energy on the enormous scale of organization and leadership work of the new party, New China Party. And naturally, they couldn't focus on the study and research, the first expected with the left for China. I think Kang Beijing's net life was terrible because the Xinzhou New China Party was neighbored by some in the United States as either part of the 3K party or some even exaggerated the New China Party even inspired the KKK party and many other activities. And also it was reported that Mao Zedong in early 1950s, he simply claimed that Kang Beijing was a KKK party member. And he, of course, became a rightist in 1957. So very soon, he was pretty old, but he lost his job. He was sent back to his hometown in Sichuan. I think from some report, he died on the way to his hometown. The Luo Jianen's life at Columbia, the famous biographical dictionary of Republican China, has only very simple information. That is, in the autumn of 1921, Luo Jianen went to the United States, where he studied history and philosophy in Princeton University and Columbia University. He spent 1922 in England, and then he spent 2 years in Germany and at Bernay University. In 1925, he went to France and enrolled at the University of Paris. He returned to China in summer 1926. Luo Jianen originally planned to come to Columbia to study, but instantly came to the New York City and visited the campus. In his letter, he wrote to President Tsai Ing-wen on February 25th, 1921. So he said, when I arrived at New York University, I felt it was too noisy, it was too exciting. I need a good place for study. So he the peaceful Princeton University. He also wanted to avoid the restless life in NYC. In the letter, he said he wanted to avoid the restless life in NYC, which similar from the just a few days observation. He concluded similar to the life in Peking University for 2 years. That's amazing. He planned to study at Princeton for first year, then he planned to transfer to Columbia. Indeed, he transferred after 1 year. That is fall semester of 1920 and the spring semester of 1921. He transferred in the fall semester of 21 to Columbia. But he was not quite himself at all, either in Princeton or at Columbia, because he
he was an activist by nature, by the heritage of the May 4th, but also he suddenly volunteered to do so many things for Peking University because he considered he was perhaps the best friend of Cai Yuanpei, because from the Shenbao report, the seven excluding last one, the 6 students sent to US, they should stay together, but Cai didn't go with them because Luo Jianan didn't go with them. Luo originally was reported to go with Cai Yuanpei to accompany him to Europe first, then he came to Columbia. But the point is, from the letters he wrote, he came to United States directly first. I guess quickly, first he considered himself even as a member of the leadership of Peking University, worked with Cai Yuanpei very closely because he tried to approach so many famous people who are pro-China or experienced in China for fundraising, for academic exchange, and also you can recruit the brilliant students, especially those graduate obtained PhDs to go to Peking University to work. And also, I think because after May 4th movement, that the status of higher education institutions about it, there was a big debate. So Cai Yuanpei, Luo Jianan participated this huge debate for college independence and academic autonomy. He even sought 83 signatures from Chinese students and publicized it, which is called 维持北京国立高等专门以上学校之建议. His suggestions, his solutions for the debate. I mean, many people, students of course, including those newly graduated students. Of course, next one quickly, Deng Xipeng was at Columbia all the time. Later, he went to University of London, Berkeley, and the University of Paris. And Zhou Bingmin, also at Columbia all the time. I think both Glenn and Zhou obtained degrees here, but unfortunately, it's very hard to find verifiable records from our registrar's office, and also there are many other uncertainties about the student life here. I think I'm going to get those information later. So only 2 years later, because of the renewed British and Japanese competition in cotton and textile industry, Mo Chuo suffered decline in profits and lost control of most of his business. So in 1923, he converted to Buddhism with the Chinese Buddhism master Tai Xu Dashi. The scholarship fund to support the students had a big problem, and the awarded students were left in very difficult situation in American universities. I think for instance, Zhou Bingmin wrote to Luo Jianan, "You should return." Then went over 50 cents, said 50 cents you borrowed for me. You have to return to me because I don't have money at all. So he asked Luo Jianan to remind Deng Xipeng to return some other money that supposed to be, should be shared by everyone. So very hard time. However, that kind of related to Washington conference. That very hard life of them later. That's another time. I guess Washington conference from November 1912 to February 22, they still enjoyed the scholarship. There are many activist organizations, but the major thing I think I would like to say is, first of all, the nationwide influence for the Washington Conference, Washington Disarmament Conference, because somebody first by the American government, for instance, President Harding, simply announced that all information related to Washington Conference should be transparent to the nation. All groups of people should participate in the debate and discussion. And so, of course, are the Chinese students. And all other groups related to the Chinese students. The major thing, I think, is the 华人邓后援会. 华人邓后援会, the support association for the Washington Conference is simply, in the Chinese Students Association Conference, Mo Jianen was so forceful. He simply declared the whole Yang Hui established, and we should set up a committee, groups, just like the May 4th movement. Then echoed very positively by all students, all groups of people at campus, outside campus, and also many other people related to, not to say Jiang Dewey, not to say the president partner. Very funny thing is there's a New York City inter-college conference on the Washington conference that involving American students only in Barnard. I think Barnard at the time definitely is less than 2,000 students, but the participants would be over 2,000 students in Barnard. And all groups in this country, as well as for China, for instance, Christian Higher Education Association and Chamber of Commerce, they all get involved. Quickly, I would say there are many things to examine, to scrutinize. What I mean is that they replicate the many aspects of May 4th movement in terms of organization, publicity, propaganda, connections with our groups, alteration, and of course the on-site protesting. Hundreds of them went to Washington. Mo Jianen officially announced that headquarters of the Huyuan Hui, the support association for the conference, we should move to Washington, D.C. Even at the time, they don't have any headquarters. But it's a very interesting. I think I guess I'm going to conclude. I'm sorry, I have to wrap up. What I want to say is the student activities, activism by the student leaders here and other participants, they exemplify, they continue the activism of the May 4th movement. I think the continuation could be traced even not to say the 1918, but also probably the Xinhai Gaming, the students' response. They do have this tradition if we would focus on the United States only, and also the Columbia, the American university environments, especially for instance, Columbia University is such a supportive environment for activism, for instance, even from late Qing dynasty, those Kangliang Dang. Typically, I think Chen Wanjiang they studied at Columbia and participated in Chinatown activism. And there are many others. Of course, as I mentioned, the administration is very agreeable, supportive environment, and also the students activities become more, I would say, inclusive, diverse, integrating almost all kinds of groups of people. For instance, even Jiang Yingfu, Zhang Pengzhen, Hong Ye, I mean, they are Christian students, right? I mean, they all participated, they become leaders too. For you, you only get a PhD degree, somehow they get participated too. And thirdly, I think the student activism and activities and support group heralds further even larger scale student activities in all important historical moments. And typically, if nothing else, for instance, after Pearl Harbor, again, is nationwide, including American government, students, all kinds of people. Of course, the ramification and impacts of the Washington Conference, I have to, to study more, to analyze more for following Professor Guo's the concept of political time. I would think that if we make political moment, sometimes very small moments played a very big role on the student, not only the student leaders, and many others, also I think even it's very hard for me to say, but is apparently those activism, if we look at that historical involvement was positive, was encouraging in many aspects, but if we look at some lives of the student leaders, especially Dan Xipeng and Luo Jianen, if we look back, sometimes we can see the sharp contrast again. So I guess I have to wrap here. Thank you.
Most sense to just really open up the floor for discussion and for questions.
I'm wondering, do you see any comparison between Chinese students that you discussed and anything around 110?
I think all the students' movement similar in terms of influenced personal interests and ambitions, as well as one point I didn't have a chance to look forward and see here is the symbolic radicalism, symbolism of student movements, as well as I would say the entertainment nature and they all those factors get involved.
Okay, so we have two in the back, person in the back, person in front. Maybe come back to a few questions, you to go together. And then I think it was Virginia, maybe it was three of you. And then we'll go for the next one.
We'll try to keep very quick. Thank you first of all for that fantastic panel. I have a question for each of you. For Wang Chenzhi, I am wondering why there's a particular 5 students, the 5 many students, because they are not the exact 5 students who were in secret consultation with Taipei. Not exactly, but why? Why were they chosen, especially given Wu himself was a science-oriented, industry-oriented person? Why chose these mostly literary, humanities-oriented students specifically? And in relation to Comparative, we understand him as a Baihua poet. And if we consider Michael's point on Baihua literature as literature for mass, it's regarded as a democratizing new writing style speech. Then this particular Baihua poet turned racist is remarkable. Can you say a little bit more about Comparation's situation? This is for Blanche. And for Michael, similarly for the question of Baihua, the quote that you showed us is remarkable, revelatory. Wang Tingjai's quote on the translation of the Quran is living literature and is democratizing is 大众文学, which grafts itself perfectly onto the later on mass education movement and mass education in general. That I'm really curious is how come these particular group of Islam Hui translators, scholars, their contribution to Baihua making in general was eclipsed first, of course, that's a naive question, but I want to know a little bit more. If they were in contact with the more ostensible May 4th leaders, say, who probably did not know that Dante had this connection that you made so clear to us. And isn't it ironic that the creation of Bahua, supposedly a democratizing language, contributed to the making of the new elite, again, eclipsing the play scholars who were indeed arguing for the democratizing, revolutionizing anti-class literature and writing. And for Ulu, I have many questions. What you are saying, the Latinization and massification, they blend together perfectly. But would you, and I didn't go wrong at all with that, but were you not omitting the predecessor, which is the Romanization movement? And would it be a little unfair to not give credit to the fact that the Romanization people also grappled with whether it should be the old national language or the new national language, and how do you square, I'll promise I'll shut up very quickly, how do you square the contradiction between the fact that you say this radical spirit of May 4th in terms of writing and language is alphabetization, that this is one on the one hand, but on the other, the real legacy, at least the acknowledged collective legacy of May 4th is Bahua, is the written language, which were definitely in conflict with one another.
Hi, thank you so much for all your rich presentations. My questions are directed towards Uluk and Michael because I thought that your presentations were fascinating. For Uluk, I'm really interested in kind of your reframing of like script reform as bearing the promise of a kind of like insurgent radical universality, because in like I think that historiography has been kind of like unkind to its like instances of script reform, right? Like in South Asia, the Hindi-Urdu divide was seen as like a precursor to like partition. In Lebanon, for instance, the Latinization of Arabic was seen as a kind of like Zionist plot to kind of like reform the Arabic script as well. So I think that your discussion of the Latinization was like fascinating, and I want to kind of like tease out perhaps the political implications of this move even more, to kind of like consider the role of like Baku in like Soviet Azerbaijan as also the site of the 1920 like Congress for the Peoples of the East, as well as to kind of like think about how this moment in history like perhaps form a precursor to the intellectual reception of Esperanto in China as well. For Michael, thank you so much for your presentation. I thought it was a real great kind of like intervention and kind of like debates about the Arabic cosmopolis following like Ronald Ritchie and who follows like Pollock, etc., etc. I'm interested in how like Chinese translations of the Quran perhaps might be brought to bear on debates about the kind of like ayahs of like the Quran, right? Like because the Quran is a very meta-textual, self-referential text that constantly refers to itself as this Arabic Quran. So I would perhaps be interested in looking at this moment of like, and you know, like in the English language, like most English translators of the Quran, like Arbery or like Thickball, will kind of like preface their Qurans by titling it as like the meaning of the glorious Quran or like the Quran interpreted. So I'm interested in kind of like looking at this moment of like Chinese translation of the Quran as a sort of like, what does that do to this? What does that do to this idea of the Arabic cosmopolis following Ritchie, or what does that do to the status of Arabic as this cosmopolitan language that you know has had immense kind of like influential like globally? And I think my last question, which applies to like all three speakers, really has to do with the title of this conference, which is like Global May 4th, because there's been immense scholarship that's been done on, for instance, looking at the Nahda in relation to like the Tanzimat or in relation to even like the Hasbullah, but I want to like push you to think about how the Nahda can perhaps be seen as a like a final or like conjoined event with like May 4th. Like what are the perhaps similarities you see between these two moments of like turn of the century like revolutionary sentiments in like very different, but as you have shown, like very connected contexts? Thank you.
Okay, so one moment.
This is a fantastic panel. I have a lot of questions, and I see some of them quite regularly. And I will rather have Michael will catch, but instead of I think Dean had one. Yes.
Yeah. So my question actually, some of it overlaps with what has just been said. So I won't. So for Ulu, it is really the issue when you're talking at the end about this kind of alternative, a kind of missed alternative. I wanted to sort of unpack that. In relation to what you were talking about in terms of labor time, because there is a sense in which some of the impetus for all of this kind of Latinization and some of the is the problem of labor time. And I was wondering how you think about that labor time, because there are different types of labor time involved. There's the labor time of actually making the technologies, and then there's a labor time to actually learn the language, but these are two different types of labor. And so I was wondering how that would fit in to the alternative. There's a similar question to Michael, but towards the end there was also, both of these papers were interesting because there was a kind of promise at the end. And so I was thinking about that promise, which was, and here in your case the promise was a different way to think about area studies. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on that, but how this allows us to rethink area studies, which is the pretty contemporary question.
Sure. I think I'll answer Lorenz and the second question kind of together, because I am very interested in this kind of how we read particularly the Nafta period with the Lei Qing and sort of so-called Chinese enlightenment. So one of the questions I'm thinking about is why haven't they been discussed in conjunction with one another before? And part of it is because I think that they're just seen as being, at least in literary studies, as being these kind of two ends of world literature, right? You know, particularly we follow a kind of Wallersteinian kind of model of thinking about the distribution of works of literature and thought outward toward the peripheries. So we have sort of two places that are considered normally as being peripheral without necessarily, especially before the 1920s and 1930s, having any sort of direct relationship to one another. So the solution that I'm trying to work through, I mean, I have some things that I've done, for example, I read Minshu and a translator of Lufiel Manfoluti against one another. And these are two, and they died in the same year, it's kind of a fun coincidence, but they had no relationship to one another, even though they translated some of the same works. So can we read them as parallel, but then also can we use these kinds of later thinkers, people in the 30s and 40s, as a way to read back comparatively in our own right? Because certainly there's a group of scientists who study it as hard in the 30s and 40s when it come out, who are trying to make those kinds of connections. Trying to address particularly this question of the Arabic cosmopolis, can Arabic be translated as a national language, and what would be the implications of that? I've worked on this translation of Taha Hussein's Days into Chinese, and the translator is very much interested in trying to find this way of thinking, because Taha Hussein writes in Fusha, he writes in sort of very elevated Arabic, and translator's trying to work with the vernacular, and he's acknowledging the slippage while he's seeing so many of the same kinds of themes, well, he argues similar themes in May Fourth literature. So that's what kind of the direction that I'm trying to go. So how do we see these two quote unquote areas in relationship to it, and use these earlier thinkers who have dropped out of translation history for a number of reasons. I think the reasons for that are legion. Can we use them as a resource for rethinking some of this question?
Okay, I'll try to thank you for the questions. Let me start with the Guoqi Congress of 1920. It was extremely influential. I mean, that was the sort of the anti-imperialist push that started the whole process, and into thinking that the Latin alphabet is somehow this universal alphabet that can supersede imperialism and colonialism and whatnot. It's the new norm that can help the anti-imperialists and colonialists to create a new socialist civilization. The question of Latinization versus Romanization is a really important one, and I didn't really get into it because I didn't have the time. But I think there is, I tried a lot to make them different, and I think they should be separated in a lot of ways, because the Romanization in China starts in 1927, 1928, with the changing of the old Mandarin into new Mandarin, but at the same time there's no mention of the non-Mandarin languages. So in 1928, when China and other people create the Roman alphabet, they specifically base it on Guoqi, which is for Mandarin, and that is precisely what the Chinese communists like Xiaoshan and Xu Qiubai and Yu Zhang and the people in the Soviet Union were against. I mean, this really, and this comes out really clearly in the Russian documents, and especially in the stenographic records that they have in these meetings, where they're talking about the need to create volatile information. But at the same time, and this sort of links to Lydia's question of labor time, it's so abstract. The way they think about labor time is so abstract, and that's actually the biggest problem, because they assume that script can be separated from everything else that it belongs to, and it can just be seen as it is, and it can be optimized. It can't. Script is connected to so many different things. That's why I was giving the examples of typewriters, because they think this is going to be great, everything's going to be so fast, and all of a sudden they realize they don't even know how to make typewriters. They don't even know how to make these printing machines. So there are all these real problems that they somehow gloss over in the project to optimize labor time. So I think that's one of the reasons also why. And there is this fantastic quote again in one of these stenographic records that I was reading by Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan was the leading voice in the Latinization movement. And in 1936, things are sort of falling apart. The internationalism is falling apart, and they had this meeting where they're sort of trying to save the Chinese Latin alphabet, but they see that it's not going to be saved. So Xiaoshan sort of stands up and he starts talking and he says, you know, maybe we've done a mistake, maybe Chuchiba has also done a mistake. First of all, we're not really showing tones in the Latin alphabet. I think that's a mistake, he says. So he starts like self-criticizing, very genuinely. He starts self-criticizing. And then he says, you know, I've always been, and this is 1936, I've always been for the Latinization of Chinese languages, and I've always been for the massification of literature and whatnot. But then I tried to compose poetry in the Latin script, and I couldn't do it. And then he says, I'm just going to stop there, and I'm not going to say anything more. And then he stops. So that's all that he gives us. But it sort of gives us this you know, the abstraction of labor time and optimization and whatnot, and the realities of using these scripts. I'll stop.
Why the 5 or more? I think originally I planned to look at those 5 and more and other important student groups, which of course nothing to do with the 5. However, I think I first look at them because I think that they are all considered, almost all the students, leaders of that time, consider students of Wushi, and here I'm a librarian, so it's, I wish to explore a little bit better. But you're right that many other people, perhaps, you know, especially the literary leaders, even when they were students, they are even more, perhaps more interesting. For instance, typically, 任恒娟 no, Cheng Zhe, perhaps she wrote a novel even ahead of Humanities, probably, according to some criteria. And also, I think you know, sometimes the details, the moments, to me, not necessarily as a literary critic and a historian, are very interesting. I still remember, I was shocked when I first read that Fu simply gave up the leadership, the participation of the activism. Because one day he made a great speech on the stage that one student did not like. The student went to the stage, snapped him very forcefully. So from that moment, he changed completely. But look at later life, did he change? To a degree. And also, I think, for instance, the Washington Conference, Dwan Xipeng clearly said, 这是五四运动未完的工作，我们做事要彻底. This is an unfinished work of May 4th movement. We should complete it. But the very radical moment to many people is Dwan Xipeng, just like he was a leader in the May 4th movement. For instance, here, Guo Jianen recorded is the specific moment, the protesting in Washington, the street protesting. He was ahead. Duan was ahead of the group. Then opened his eyes and shouted to Shi Zhaoji. I mean, the Chinese is more funny. Is 书一在头，忽然元真暴眼，大诧一声，吓得典型官僚胆小如鼠的施肇基连打几个寒噤。这次在I mean, those moments are very interesting. So was the moment, for instance, in 1918, the 20th University, I forgot his name. You know, in one gathering, he instantly took out a knife and cut his small finger off to enroll other students. I mean, I don't know how to say, but I can clearly tell both the entertainment factors as well as violence factors are over there, and I don't know in how way, in what way affect all those people absorb. And also, in terms of Columbia alumni, I think there's another group, perhaps, I don't see any literature studying them. That is the Baptists, Molongji, Wang Zaoshi, I mean, the current regime, Chinese regime, even didn't, I mean, they rectify all the Europeans, the Baptists, but didn't correct the wrong they did to those group of people, especially some from Columbia. Of course, Molongji was in Wisconsin, but he was still later time in the Washington Conference activity. What I want to say is Safwan, they are kind of contrasting, kind of very meaningful to some aspects, especially the radical changes of their own lives before and after 1949. I know this is not a good answer.
Okay, so three more. So we have one question here, Lydia, and then one back. We have time for please, yes.
I hope my question will be relevant. Inspired by all the lectures, including the speakers who spoke before, my imagination is running a little wild. Based on your understanding of how the choices were made in society regarding whether or not the Chinese should be turning to Stalin or Indian structure should be maintained, and given some studies that exist in the field of political science on the evolution of empires and the dwindling number of empires in the globe. The earliest forecast is by the year 2200, there will be one political entity left. And the longest is 1,000 years. And so there's big discrepancy between the two. Given what you know of the evolution of languages in China in the last 100 years, if you were asked to guess what language will be in the world by the year 2200, given all the knowledge about history, sociology, political economy, which language will that be? In my humble guess, it will be either Chinese or English. And I want everybody else to chip in. But either it's English or Chinese, I think will be to the advantage of Columbia University, since you are American university, the US using English as its national language, and also to the advantage of your department, because you also teach Chinese. So I want to just think why, I think it's somehow related to May the 4th. It was a reformist movement, and at the juncture of after World War, and there was interaction between China and the US, and the evolution of languages, rational, is less rational choice of languages rather than political economy and politics per se. So I want answers from all the speakers because all of them can have contributions to make.
Categorize this question.
You can have this question. Yeah, Lydia.
Thank you so much for three wonderful papers that really open up our thinking about network. Like this morning, the first panel, and also providing new research that, and then showing new archives, and this is how we do this, and so that's wonderful. And my question is for Tsun, since I know Michael's work and Ulrich's work well, and your research is extremely interesting. You said that it's preliminary, and we're just putting things together. And you probably didn't have time to explain the Washington conference itself, which was extremely important. It happened between 1921 and 1922, in part because of the unresolved business from the Paris Peace Conference to ratify some of the peace problems. And it was a disarmament conference. And when Wellington Wu represented the Chinese government at the conference, his home was surrounded by the students. And he was going to be beaten up. And so exactly replicating what was happening in China. So students burning whoever burned down that building, so they were putting pressure on Wellington Wu. And so you are suggesting, although you're too modest, you just focus on the biography of the students. Essentially, these students took the Mayforth movement to the United States, to Washington, and they repeated it. And if there were so many Chinese students involved, can we say the first student movement started with Chinese students in the United States? We cannot say that in the 60s, student movements started with anti-Vietnam. It started with the Chinese students protesting against some of the consequences of Paris Peace Conference, right? The Versailles Treaty. And indeed, it was unfinished business. And indeed, they took the Mayforth to the United States. I think that's the larger thing that should have come out of your research. Is that what you're going after?
One question and then so there was someone.
Yeah, and this question is primarily for you, but also for Michael too. I'm just trying to point out yet another completely different, you can say global forces in this kind of organization. It's colonialism. It's very different from what the two of you are describing, because what you're describing is primarily from China or from the, should we say, indigenous countries to start with. But how about another different kind of epistemological system and forces coming from the colonizers? They want to try different ways to Romanize or Latinize the language, the local language, in order to develop some kind of way to understand the culture, right? So you can say there are different kind of forces, but they intersect. I'm sure they intersect, but in a very different ways, in different places. So in a way, I think the colonizers kind of desire. It's very different, and they also perform in much more pragmatically way, in a pragmatical ways, instead of ideological ways. Because I think the two of you were also saying something very ideological related to how they think about modernity, nation building, so on and so forth. So there are a lot of limitations. But for the colonizers, they want to develop some kind of linguistic kind of channels to understand the, so to speak, the colonized. Let's say I'm from Hong Kong, so I understand it very well that how the British gave us ways of Romanizing the Cantonese. And so how are you going to deal with this kind of completely opposite, at the same time very intersecting forces?
So we started about, I think, 15, 20 minutes later than I should have, so we have about 5 minutes. I actually just exercise my kind of prerogative as a commentator to just raise a few comments in relationship to all three papers, and then allow you to questions, I'm afraid we'll have to carry that on after the formal discussion period. So I was very struck by the kind of sequence of papers and some of the common themes that I saw was really this question of kind of revolution as not just a revolution in time, which it has been kind of postulated by theorists like philosophers previously, but also as revolutions in space and this kind of embedded internationalism that kind of emerges in different ways, the ways in which people travel back and forth, ideas travel back and forth, often sometimes in ways that we consider kind of unexpected from the vantage point of our own kind of historical memory of this period. But it was very striking to think about this era really, and 1918 and afterwards, as kind of inaugurating new forms of kind of transnational network, new ways of connecting space, connecting time, connecting revolutionary radical movements. So I was just struck by that, just a comment. But there was something that came up in the questions before about also why, I think this was in relationship to the students that we focused on, the 5 students, why this was thinking mostly, why they were concentrating mostly on literature, humanities, and again, just thinking about that as a common theme here, that there was really also this question of the revolution of humanism that was kind of embedded in some of this. So that's just a kind of comment, potential provocation, if you'd like to comment on it, feel free to.
Thank you, Professor Liu. I definitely am going to look at more, but from the very beginning, we look at you early life at those students, even ahead of May 4th, I would say they're very international student leaders already in many senses. However, the harassing, the diplomats, you mentioned surrounding the apartment, or sometimes directly confronting the officials, delegates from China, or sometimes in many other even violent form against other groups of people. What I mean is, it's also it is a kind of like a competition, struggling not only among the students who really wish to have Chinese rights to be verified, to be best protected in the conference, but also not only students, but also the different groups of factions of the government officials, and also Chinese students, Japanese students, even Hong Kong, the Japanese ambassador had a speech, and the Chinese have more ambassadors spoke, Chinese online spoke, other. I mean, it's kind of an international competition already. I think those leaders, they are international citizens already. But meanwhile, to be frank, they are, those people could easily call policemen to get them arrested. That is why in that period there are quite a few radical cases of that type. The students simply were arrested, jailed, or sent back to China. I think another instance of the 新中国党抗白旗孟秀春新中国党 there's a big deal of the party program that is they advocated 新中国主义 Oh, that's I think it's really cutting edge, very inclusive, especially with attention to negroes or workers, and also this again is somehow related to international. What's the official name of the International Workers League or something? And also Dewey himself, he thought that when I arrived in San Francisco, that I'm out of China. I'm going to miss China very much. However, on the port, Kang Mei-chin and other students, to meet them. And from that moment on, I mean, once in China, his life was forever connected with the Chinese students, Chinese groups. I think of course I'm definitely going to look at more and I wish to understand to understand more about it.
Just to respond to like one question, colonialism created conditions for all of this, and we cannot forget that. You know, it's starting in the 19th century. My problem with the narrative of the colonizers coming in and creating these alphabets and to make the indigenous or native people legible. That's true. It's sort of a James Scott-like argument. But then, where are we going to go from there? I mean, is that it? Like that's where it stops. So now all the people who use the alphabet are just colonized, and they can't really think for themselves, and they don't really have their own politics. It seems to be a very narrow way of thinking about the alphabet, especially given that Francis Wade created the Wade, what later on became Wade jobs in 1867, and later on until 1990s, until pinyin was used, the West had the means to see China and make it legible. But then you have this 100 years of Chinese people just discussing all kinds of different scripts and alphabets, and how do we understand that if we just look at colonialism as our main paper? So I'm going to stop there, but we can talk more about this. Thank you.
I mean, I would just answer that very provisionally. I think that you see going back to the late imperial period with Islamic writing, there's always this question of the relationship with the state. In the Han Kitab tradition, there's always this sort of often seeking out preferences from high officials and these kinds of things. And so after 1911, there was this question: how do people working out of this tradition then somehow relate themselves to this new multinational, possibly in some instances colonial or imperial state? And then by the time we're in, students who are Senegals who are in Egypt, they're showing up in British intelligence files. They're also being pressed into the service of sort of countering Japan's appeal to Muslims in the Republic of China that's going on in the 30s and 40s. So that's always sort of a background to this larger question. As to what language, I'm not sure. Maybe Chinese written in the
I think Turkish.
I guess you mean 2020, that would be Chinese for sure.